The April 20th, 2023 hearing for the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission is now called to order. And if I could please have you silence any audible devices that you may have. And if you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank everyone for joining us this morning. Those of you who are in the chambers and those of you listening on our PLDRC webinar. Ms. Tucker, could I please have a roll call?
Ronnie Mills.
Here.
Pat Patterson.
Here.
Edith Shelley.
Here.
Frank Costa.
Here.
The District 4 representation is vacant and will be picked at a later date. Stoney Sixma.
Here.
And the chair appointment is also vacant, picked at a later date.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. I would like to welcome Mr. Patterson, our newest member to the PLDRC this morning. And it's good to have you on board. And we have a little bit of business, a little bit of house cleaning to take care of, and that would be the election of our officers. Do we have any motions on that?
Mr. Chair, if I may make a motion, I'd like to make a motion that we reappoint Ronnie Mills to chair, and a second motion that we reappoint Ms. Edith Shelley to secretary.
All right, I'll second that.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor to reappoint myself, Ronnie Mills, to the chair, and Ms. Shelley to the as secretary, from Mr. Costa, and a second from Mr. Sixma.
Can I make an appointment for vice chair?
You sure can.
Okay, I'll make an appointment, nomination for Frank Costa for vice chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I also have a motion for Mr. Sixma to appoint Mr. Costa as vice chair, and from Mr. Sixma, and a second from Ms. Shelley. All those in favor of those motions, if you please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, if I could get Mr. Patterson and Mr. Costa to switch chairs.
Oh, goodness. I knew that was coming, so.
Nice having you here,
Just as
Pat,
I was
for
getting
the
comfortable.
short time you were here.
See you, buddy.
See ya. I'm not moving far.
I leave occasionally, and I tap him on the shoulder and let him know I'm leaving.
Welcome, Pat. It was like the old days, but we were reversed. Right?
Yeah, I know. Yep. But we don't know what items. All right. We do have minutes from February the 16th, 2023 and March 16th, 20. Any discussion on those minutes, or would you like to handle them individually?
And, well, I think we can do them both together. Is that possible?
It is.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion approval of minutes of February 16th and March 16th minutes for 2023 for approval.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion to approve the minutes from February 16th, 2023 and March 16th, 2023 from Mr. Sixma, and a second from Ms. Shelley. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Let's get into this here. If anyone would like to speak for or against any of the cases being heard today, if I could get you to, there's forms in the back of the dais here. If you'll just fill that form out and give it to Ms. Tucker to my immediate left. And what we will be limiting you to a 3-minute time limit. And after the comments have been heard, I'll give the applicant an opportunity to address any concerns that speakers have and answer any questions the commissioners may have. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ryan for legal comments.
Yes, good morning, Commission. Decisions by this body on special exception cases and cases which rezone real property from one classification to another pursuant to the zoning ordinance are recommendations only to County Council and do not constitute a final hearing. New evidence may be introduced at the County Council public hearing. Decisions on variances made by this body constitute final action subject to appeal to the County Council. What this means is that no new evidence may be presented at the time of the County Council public hearing on the appeal. An aggrieved party that appeals such a decision is confined to the record made before this body. Hearings by this body on rezonings, special exceptions, and variances are quasi-judicial in nature, meaning that this body is acting more like a court and must take into account all oral, written, or demonstrative evidence presented. Their decisions on these cases must be based on competent substantial evidence in the record. Competent substantial evidence has been defined as evidence that a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. And as you can see, we do have 2 vacant spots on the commission today. And we also going to have one of our participants leave at noon. It does take a 4 vote to approve any variances, any special exceptions or zoning cases to be heard is done by a majority. So if you do have one of those cases that's going to be after 12 o'clock, and we don't have any idea how fast this is going to be going, you can choose to go ahead and continue that if you would like, because it would take all 4 commissioners to send it through to approve the variance. Now, as far as the special exceptions or the zoning, that just requires a majority vote to send it through with a recommendation of approval or denial. So keep that in mind as we get closer to 12 o'clock, and if you'd like to continue the case after that, you may do so. Or you can bring it forward and we'll consider it. I can't arbitrarily say we'll continue it without the commission vote. Okay, we do have some items to be withdrawn this morning. Is that right, Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir. We have one variance 23-054, the Hogan variance. It did not meet public notice, and it will be heard at the next PLDRC meeting.
So it's a continuance to our next meeting?
Yes, sir.
And what's the date on that? Does someone have the date on that?
May 18th.
Okay. Okay, I do have a request to continue variance 23054 to the next PLDRC meeting of May 18th, 2023. Could I get a motion on that?
I'll make a motion. We continue case V23-054 to the May 18th meeting.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion to continue V23-054 to May 18th, 2023 for Mr. Costa, and a second for Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we do have quite a bit of old business that we're going to dive right into this morning. Ms. Shelley, could I get you to read the first case into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-22-051, correction to approved variance condition removing the 180-day time limitation for permitting an existing covered porch.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And this is, let me get to it. This, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is a variance that was approved by the PLDRC previously. They are trying to go through the permitting process now, and there were supply chain issues, and it's taken them a bit of time to get through that process. Unfortunately, a variance does expire after 12 months. We have the administrative authority to extend that unless there are special conditions that are issued by the PLDRC. In this case, you had a special condition number 3. And we are back before you today to ask if you would be willing to strike that special condition which required them to get the permits already. they cannot continue through the permitting process unless we strike this condition, and then we extend their variance administratively. So that is the question before you. The variance itself is not under discussion, just that special condition number 3, which is on page 3 of your report.
And has there been a request for how long the extension would be?
We are proposing to extend it through February. We have experienced many projects that are having difficulty getting through permitting. We have an inordinate amount of beaches and dunes permits and hurricane permits we're trying to move through the process, and many of the permits that are coming through have had difficulty getting engineers and surveyors, so we are proposing to extend it through February, give them a 1-year extension. They anticipate being done within 60 days and permitted.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith.
I got a question for staff.
Mr. Costa?
The delays, are they primarily on staff side or on the applicant side? I know we had there's a shortage of staff, obviously. That's why I'm asking, is it 50-50 or?
They're currently waiting for staff to go out and do inspections.
Okay.
However, the item will stay in zoning because the zoning techs see that the variance has expired, so it can't move forward at this point.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant present? Would you like to come forward? Do you have anything to add to that? You just, okay. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this case? All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'd be glad to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we remove condition 3 so the applicant can continue through the building permit process.
To the February the 24th.
February 20, yes,
February of 2024.
2024.
perfect. Yes, sir.
Second that one.
Okay, I've got a motion to continue the deadline for that variance on variance 22051 to February of 2024. Do we have a specific date on that, Ms. Smith? February 1st? Is that what we're doing?
Is it, yeah.
February 17th, 2024.
2024,
Okay.
which is a year from the, yes.
Are you good with that, Ms. Shelley?
Yes.
Yep, I'm good with
Are
that.
you good with that? Okay.
And pardon me, before we take a vote, I just realized that we failed to do the disclosure of ex parte communications. So if we want to do those for all the cases, and that can include this one.
Thank you, sir. I got sidetracked with telling them about the people going to be gone. We'll do that right now. Okay. And while we were on legal comments, I'd like to ask the commission to disclose for the record any ex parte communications that have occurred before or during the public hearing at which a vote is to be taken on any quasi judicial matter. And I'll start with Ms. Shelley to my immediate right.
None.
Mr. Costa?
Yes, on case CP 23003, I had a conversation with the applicant.
Patterson? None. Mr. Sexton?
Yes, on case V23051, I did have a phone conversation with Mr. Mulder.
Okay, and I did not have any. So that takes care of that. I apologize for that, but I got sidetracked because of how many commissioners we were going to have afternoon. Okay. All right, we're back on the V22-051 to extend the deadline to February 17th, 2024. And I have a motion from Ms. Shelley and a second from Mr. Six. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Real quick on a question, just a point. They're asking us to remove condition 3. Have we just done that with that vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We extended the deadline on it. We yeah,
That was part of your
Extended the-
motion.
That was the motion. I
yeah, okay,
Yes.
got it. All right. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case V-23-043, a variance to the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R4 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And Ms. Ray?
Good morning, Kristen Ray with Planning and Development Services. This property is zoned urban single-family residential R4. The property has 1 front yard, 3 side yards, and a rear yard. The parcel was previously subdivided in 2002 outside the county's subdivision process, causing the existing single-family residence to be located within the rear yard requirement. The applicant is seeking 1 variance to make the existing single-family residence conform to the zoning ordinance. The variance is to reduce the rear yard from 20 feet to 14.8 feet. Staff's recommendation is to approve the variance as it does meet 5 of 5 criteria for granting said variance. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Do we have any questions for staff? Hearing
Yes, I do.
Mr. Costa?
I'm sorry, can you educate me real quick here? The comment and the line where it says, where'd it go? Subdivided the parcel outside the county's subdivision process. What does that mean?
So they legally subdivide it by doing a warranty deed and doing it through the property appraisers and through court, but then actually go to the land development activity to formally subdivide the parcel.
Does this make a non-conforming then? A legal non-conforming parcel? At that point in time?
So just to clarify, we don't regulate the sale of real estate.
I understand.
So anybody can buy and sell at their pleasure. However, we do regulate the subdivision of property, and you must come through our land development group in order to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what had not been done. When this application came in, that automatically triggered that. So they will need to go through that process now before they can do anything else.
So this is just step 1 for them?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present? Good morning, Mr. Elkine. If I get your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is Darren Elkine. My professional address is 142 East New York Avenue. I'll be brief just so that we can get everybody else behind us. 2 things. The transfer of the property before my client owned property that has the house on it.
Mr. Elkine, is your...
Sorry. When he went to get a permit for something, they, couldn't get the permit and had to go through this process. So with staff's assistance and figuring out how to get through the process, step 1 was we needed this variance to solve this problem. As soon as this variance is, assuming it's granted, if it's granted, we will immediately file the application for everything else that we need to do to bring it into compliance, and then it will be a home. I mean, it gets assessed for taxes like it's a house. They live in it like it's a house. It's just can't properly sell it if they were to sell it, and they can't they can't get a building permit to do anything.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, sir. I'll see if we have any public participation for this case. If we do, I'll give you an opportunity to come back. Do we have any public? Does anyone like to speak to this case? All right, sir. We're going to close the floor for public participation, up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve case number V-23-043 as the variance meets 5 of 5 criteria.
Second?
Okay, I've got a motion from Ms. Shelley to approve variance V-23-043 and a second from Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-23-046, variances to the minimum yard requirements on Osteen Transitional Residential OTR-1 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Ray, this is yours also.
Hi, Kristen Ray with Planning and Development Services again. So this property is a corner lot that is subject to 2 front yards and 2 side yards. The applicant is requesting 4 variances for 3 existing unpermitted accessory structures to resolve a code violation. Variance 1 is to reduce the minimum south side yard from 10 feet to 4.9 feet for an existing 863.76 square foot barn, which is structure A on the site plan. Variance 2 is to reduce the minimum south side yard from 5 feet to 4.8 feet for an existing 280 square foot carport, which is structure B on the site plan. Variance 3 is to reduce the minimum east side yard from 5 feet to 0.5 feet for an existing 288 square foot shed, which is structure 3 on the site plan. And variance 4 is to reduce the minimum south side yard from 5 feet to 0.8 feet for an existing 288 square foot shed, which is structure C on the site plan. Staff's recommendation is to deny variances 1 through 4 as they fail to meet 3 of 5 criteria. Should the PLDRC find that the applicant has provided competent substantial evidence, the following conditions have been provided for consideration. Variances 1 through 4 are limited to the size and location of structures as shown on the variance site plan. The applicant shall apply for after-the-fact permits for the unpermitted structures within 60 days of approval of the variances. Also wanted to note that in your packet contains 6 letters of support, including the neighbor to the south, who is the most impacted. Yesterday, we did also receive 1 email letter of support as well. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. Is the applicant present? Would you like to come forward? Okay, I'm not going to ask you to state your name and address because it's confidential. So you've heard the staff report. Anything that would you like to add to that?
Yes, sir. I'm just asking for, after the fact permit so I can keep my buildings. There wasn't a prior existing building there before, and we removed it because it was getting old, so we replaced it. And that's it.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay.
So, yeah, I have one quick question. So you're saying there was an existing building prior,
Yes, sir.
and the building was torn down and replaced?
Yes, sir.
And at no point in time did that cross your mind that maybe a permit was required?
No, sir. Well, because
Can you speak
prior,
closer to the mic, please?
I
Thank you.
didn't have a permit prior to the other building, and it wasn't up since 2005. And I figured it was grandfathered in since we just took it down and replaced it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have anyone that'd like to speak to this case? Because I do not have any public participation forms. All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
I just have one comment before the motion. I've made this comment before. I am very concerned with granting after the fact, especially on so many buildings that are done without permits and then coming in and requesting the permits. I am only leaning towards a positive vote because of the neighborhood support for this. But please, please, anytime people forget that you're doing, I remember when I bought my first, I thought I could cut down a tree without you can't do anything without a permit. So please, regardless of your neighbor saying you don't need a permit, just make a phone call. Thank you.
So does that sound like a motion?
Thank you, Ms. Shedd.
Well, you make the motion.
Before we make a motion, Ms. Smith, the OTR, that went into effect when? What was the zoning on this property prior to the OTR?
We'll need to do some research on that for you. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you that. We have to go look at our old zoning maps.
Okay. Is it a possibility that it was agriculture? And the reason I'm even mentioning this, at one time, before it was a bona fide, considered bona fide agriculture, you didn't have to pull permits on the agricultural
Confusion.
property for, if it was considered agriculture use.
That is the case, but when she rebuilt it, it needed to get a permit.
Yeah, but I'm going back to answer her questions on the original building. Okay.
But I still think if someone gets agricultural, just make a phone call so you know that you don't need a
Okay.
permit.
All right. Okay. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for approval on case V 23046 with the two staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve variances 1 through 4. 1 through 4 with the staff recommended conditions from Mr. Sixma on variance 23-046, and a second from Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number CPA-22-008, small-scale comprehensive plan amendment from the rural R future land use FLU designation to the urban low-intensity ULI FLU designation.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And Mr. Shams, this is yours.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. If it pleases the commission, you can read the next item in as well, and then Mr. Shams can
Yeah,
report
we'll do a
on-
companion, because it is a companion, the PUD along with the CPA.
You will need to vote on them separately, though.
Yes, okay, thank you so much. Okay. You want to read the second one in also?
Yes, sir. Case number PUD 22-117, a rezoning from rural agricultural A2 and transitional agricultural A3 zoning classifications to planned unit development PUD zoning classification with a residential subclassification.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Shams.
Hi, good morning. Stephen Shams with Planning and Development Services. I'm going to go through the CPA first and then the PUD. So the applicant is requesting a future land use change on 3 parcels from rural to urban low intensity. The total acreage of the site is 29.11 acres. They intend to construct 82 single-family dwelling units. The properties are located within 1 mile of the City of DeLand, the Sunrail Activity Center, and the Lake Woodruff Wildlife Refuge. 2 of the parcels are undeveloped and 1 is a former fernery. The properties are directly south of Volusia County land, which is a former landfill and currently utilized as a disaster debris management site. Just east of the parcel is a Class 3 landfill for industrial waste and is operated by DeLand Landfill Incorporated. Other adjacent areas to the south and east include single-family residences on smaller lots to the south and larger lots to the east. Staff analyzed the project and found it does not satisfy urban sprawl criteria. This criteria is used to determine whether projects are contributing to growth outside of the urban area. The current future land use designation of rural could be developed with 29 dwelling units and would generate 323 daily trips and 31 PM peak hour trips if developed this way. The proposed future land use designation could be developed with a maximum yield of 116 dwelling units and would generate 1,157 trips and 114 PM peak hour trips. This is an increase of 834 daily trips and 83 PM peak hour. The PUD is a rezoning from the A2 and A3 zoning classifications to a rural PUD. Again, they're seeking to develop the site with 82 single-family dwelling units. The zoning classifications on the site currently allow a development of 13 dwelling units. The proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the comp plan due to the inconsistencies found with the comp plan change request. Per PUD requirements by the county, the project must provide 20% or 5.82 acres of common open space. The site plan provided does not satisfy this requirement, as it only provides 3 acres of common open space. The current zoning would permit the 13 dwelling units and generate 143 daily trips. The proposed zoning would permit 82 dwelling units and generate 834 daily trips. Overall, staff recommends denial of the future land use change and the PUD rezoning, as they're inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with the development pattern of the surrounding area, does not satisfy the PUD requirements for common open space and will result in significant trip generation on the road network. And I'm available for comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Any questions for staff? Mr. Costa?
Yeah, could you bring that map back up, please? The one which shows there you go, that map. So you saying the site is currently being used as a DMS site?
No, that's the site to the north. That's labeled
Site to the
P.
north?
Yes, sir.
The gray area, and that's also a landfill, and there's other public works items over there?
So the site to the north is a former landfill
Okay,
that's currently used by the county for
that's
debris.
the DMS site, okay.
And the site to the west is currently a landfill operated by DeLand Landfill Incorporated.
Okay. And then you've got some residences down, you got the R4 down below and the A3 to the right,
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant present? Good morning, Mr. Woods. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Absolutely. Good morning. Michael Woods, Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here today on behalf of the applicant. And if you could you pull up the aerial map that shows, keep going, back. I think it was under the CPA. Yeah, that one's great right there. One more. There you go. Okay. I appreciate your time today. We'll be discussing a little bit about policy decision. The threshold issue is ultimately the land use, because as staff report said, you don't get to the PD without having the land use being resolved. And I've got a few points to go through with the land use request and the amendment to kind of really discuss the nature of the contention that this is urban sprawl, and then the consistency with preservation of ag. And I think those are the two threshold issue questions. And I will say right away that we can resolve that. We're making progress on that. With respect to the PD and the rezoning, I take the staff's comments to heart about the nature of the open space on the PD, but we really hit like an impasse on the land use designation. So I would say if we can work through that, I can understand a comment on the PD analysis. If in fact that's a deficiency, that's something that we can then proceed to work towards. But what we ended up having to do is there was a threshold issue of, is it appropriate to take ULI in here? And to give you the background of how we kind of came to this site to begin with, and we're going to talk about a couple of different things, including some of the policies for future development in City of DeLand. But to kind of frame a reference for you, across the street to the north where that has that PSP, that is the former landfill. And if you're familiar, like right behind it is where the Humane Society facilities are located as well. So that's a grassed pasture land area. Yes, in fact, on storms, they will take the tree debris out there, but typically that's a grass pasture area. And to the east of that, I guess adjacent to and along Ridgewood, is Barkley Park, which is the county's 60-acre dog. But really what drew us to this and to take the idea of coming in for urban ULI request is, as you can see there is ULI out in this area. In fact, directly to the south of us. And so we thought, surely that's not going to be the issue as far as bringing forward an amendment for ULI when that's already been established and that pattern has been there for quite some time. Obviously, you can see through the staff report that they somewhat disagreed with that. The first threshold issue, just for your discussion and consideration, is the purpose of the rural versus the ULI and the protection of the ag designation. In that staff report on page 4, it consists that the rural land use area consists of a mixture of ag and low-density residential, and that provides two functions typically for your rural. Why do you keep the rural designation? It's a transitional use between ag and urban uses. And then the other purpose that really doesn't apply in this case is when you're dealing with a rural community that serves as the economic focal point, so like Samsula, things like that. So really where the purpose of the rural land use here is that transition between ag and urban uses. The next question then is, what are the ag uses that are being preserved or protected here? Your staff report identifies that our parcel was an ag operation. It was a fernery, and it is closed. That has ceased operations. And within our vicinity, we've got the closed landfill. There's the Class 3 landfill. We may have to discuss a little bit about that. we have single-family homes, small and large lot. And then as far as additional agricultural in the area, we've got a home property that has described as a dairy feedlot to our southwest. And I'll even add to you that if you go down on Minnesota, there's a U-Pick blueberry operation that's out there right now. And that's the sum total of the ag operation out there. The question that I have there is, those policies on protecting rural and the ag uses are intended to avoid encroachment into the heart of, say, our Pearson fernery, right, to kind of flip this over. But what you have out here is last remnants, and I would argue property owners that has larger tracts of land that are using ag uses to manage their tax burden rather than a meaningful contribution to the economic protection of the agricultural industry in Volusia County. But let's say that any of those other two operators are steadfast in standing along with their ag use. Changing our designation doesn't conflict with that and doesn't threaten that, because even the ULI allows for existing agricultural uses and zoning to continue. So if ULI is allowed to have that use be in place, it in itself cannot be inconsistent or conflict with existing ag uses out there. Now, the rural designation is defined to consist of low-density residential development. Urban low-intensity, which is what we're asking for, is also defined as being low-density residential development. Now, I know we're bumping up our density, right? We're going from the 0 to 4. We've had a lot of arguments and discussions about what does it truly mean to be low density? What does it truly mean to be medium or high intensity and density? And how do we plan to stop sprawl? What I will say is this rural designation is not out there to protect large residential lots. The rural designation is not about the aesthetics or the lot ownership size. And we have to have a serious conversation, which I think we're going to talk about the future growth of this area. So you've got a couple of policies that are in place that are cited in your staff report that don't support the change. And if I can kind of characterize it, it's about meeting the sprawl policies. So I just want to identify them kind of point by point and give you the response in it. The first two policies they identify, it's 1135 and 11310. That deals with discourage proliferation of urban sprawl and protect valuable natural resources, new development encouraged toward infilling existing urbanized areas. So those policies are in support of Objective 113. And that says Volusia County shall limit urban sprawl by directing urban growth to those areas where public facilities and services are available inside designated service areas and within urban areas. That designation has already occurred. You've got the DeLand 2050 plan. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. We are in the greater DeLand area. We are in the DeLand urban services boundary area for utilities. And this is an area where not only is growth expected, it's being steered toward. Now, policy 1.318 that's cited there says the development density and intensity guidelines for each land use designation represent acceptable range, and the allowable density and intensity shall be based upon minimum following criteria, and about 5 criteria are provided there: hurricane evacuation capabilities, character of the area. Staff report doesn't state what policy in 1.3.1.8 is not in support of the change. But what I can tell you is that the overall goal, which is goal 1.3, is to provide a variety of land uses sufficient to meet future needs while minimizing adverse impacts and disruption of existing neighborhoods. And then objective 1.3.1 in your comp plan, Volusia County shall provide for adequate and appropriate lands for the location of all land use types, residential, commercial, et cetera, to support the anticipated population and maximize compatibility with existing uses. And then as for the rest of the policies under that objective 1.3.1, you're dealing with non-residential development coming to a residential neighborhood. It deals with scales of business, it deals with signage, and that residential neighborhoods and other residential areas shall be protected from encroachment by incompatible land uses such as commercial and industrial development. So there, the type of protection may range from landscape buffers and land use buffers to prevent location of particular land use adjacent to another. But the compatibility protection is also needed between varying residential intensities, and that's fine. That's why you have landscaping, screening, and buffering. But even then, buffers are provided as the means to protect from an intense use to a less intense use. Now, right next to that policy in that same section talks about residential areas developed, sites for future public uses such as parks, schools, libraries, and open space should be obtained through dedication or purchase. That's 1.3.1.3. Volusia County has a 60-acre dog park directly across the street from this project. I don't believe it was their intention to have the entire county drive to that location with their dog, and there must have been some possibility of contemplation that this area would have some type of future development. Moving on to the policy 1.3.1.7, Volusia County shall evaluate compatibility, transitional uses, and buffers for public and institutional uses locating adjacent to existing and future residential neighborhoods. Again, this is a policy, and this section is dealing with encroachment of commercial and industrial uses. Policy right above that, 1.3.1.16, deals with mobile home locations, and then policy below that, 1.3.1.18, deals with campground locations. And then you get into airports and recreational spaces. 1.3.1.17, which is cited as a reason to deny this, does not address compatibility between residential lots and slightly larger residential lots. Now, there is another section where we get into, and this is again the urban growth and ag uses. So combined, it's a policy 1.4.1.1, 1.4.1.2, and 1.4.1.3, and these are all in your staff report as listed. And that's dealing with truly direct growth away from designated ag areas, protect ag and forestry resource areas from encroachment, and in agricultural areas, prevent the intrusion of incompatible land uses such as urban density, residential, and non-ag uses. Now, those policies in general are in support of goal 1.4. And again, it's been a while since you looked at the comp plan, goals, objectives, policies. Big picture issue, a little bit more detail, and then implementation. The 1.4, the goal is ensure that the ag and silviculture lands are protected from encroachment by incompatible land uses and remain a vital element of the county's economy. And that objective 1.41, consistent with the Florida statutes, review its land use regulations, determine if necessary to adopt standards to protect ag and silvicultural resource areas. Now, there's no evidence whatsoever that what we're asking for by shifting to a ULI is violative of these policies, as the ag may remain. We don't lose that, we don't infringe upon it, it's compatible with the existing ag around it, and is deemed compatible with the ag use. The problem that I have with this, and again, I think on the big picture, the policy really applies for the boom times back in pre-2008, when we are encroaching into and making it really hard for farmers to have viable, thriving farms to hold on and not want to sell out. What you have here are remnant parcels surrounded by and part of the future development of the land. And if you implement this policy and basically say that it's the obligation and duty for them to provide the agricultural availability for Volusia County, you're effectively telling these ag owners that they can never transition from ag, regardless of the effectiveness or the viability of their businesses. And that's a really problematic situation and issue. Now, I'll be almost done here. Famous last words from an attorney, but the urban sprawl question and the DeLand 2050 plan. Before addressing that urban sprawl, I just want to bring your attention to the DeLand 2050 plan. If I could. So I gave the clerk a copy of the 2050 plan for the record. It's available online. And I'll cite to you kind of the certain policies and procedures, but we're going to be looking at some pictures and graphs to kind of understand what we're talking about. So the DeLand 2050 plan, if you're not familiar with it, was adopted by resolution by the city of DeLand in 2011, and it set the targets for development goals in the greater DeLand area. If you look at that frame, all those colored in pictures, well, not that particular frame, but that area is effectively tracking along with the greater DeLand area created by statute and is effectively the growth pattern and the utility area for the city of DeLand. Not necessarily everything in there being incorporated, but having a plan for if and when it does come in, how are they going to handle it? It was intended to identify areas where growth should go and where status quo was preferred. And I've submitted a copy on the file. Now, it contains this land use map and it shows a greater area. I want you to see the orange and the yellow coloring. The yellow is categorized as category 1, and that shows there's a legend on the top. But category 1 effectively instructs that the density that is currently there in place probably ought to, although there are conditions and exceptions to that. The orange category is designated as category 2, and that's described as their urban core. And this is described on page 7 of the 2050 plan as the area where the majority of new higher intensity growth take place. And on page 20 of their plan as the urban core area where the majority of new growth will take place. The boundary shown on the map corresponds to the Greater DeLand area. This boundary was chosen because since the 1970s, the Greater DeLand area was slated to be served with urban services. Now, I just want to show you because it's a little difficult to read. If you could scroll it one turn to the right, or clockwise, other way. Oh, okay, there. Beauty. Okay. So here we have the zooming in, and you got my little chicken scroll on the left side of your screen there, but to kind of give you the frame of reference of where we are, that northern, where the star is where we are. That's Plymouth Avenue, that's to the north of it. That's Minnesota down to the south. You can kind of see the jog on Grand. To the south directly, that red circle, that's the TOD area for the Sunrail station. And then to the northeast is a generalized receiving area for intensity and growth along Woodland Boulevard for the city of DeLand. But the important element here is to point out that under this plan, we are in orange. We are in category 2, and this is where DeLand is expecting an increase in density and growth. That doesn't mean high intensity apartments. It doesn't necessarily mean cheaper growth, but it contemplates that if growth is coming, and it is, we need to plan for it. And in its proximity to the TOD and other uses, this makes sense. I bring this up because it's implied that there's been no plans, no anticipation for growth in this area, and that this is part of an urban sprawl plan. But there's clearly contemplation here at work to be able to bring that this is the area and not the area to the north. And I will tell you, in the initial iteration of the 2050 plan, that dark orange area went farther to the north, and they cut it back and made that line specific. And it's specifically referenced in the 2050 plan, on page 27 of 44. So DeLand has identified this area for future growth. And I also want to raise your attention to a conversation or two that was held in these chambers back in 2018. And I think, Mr. Mills, you might have even been there. It's back when Florida came in to lay out the law for the Blue Springs and the Delian Springs water management plans and the basins. And if you're not familiar, they identified that it is in the state's interest to protect our water basins for our springs, and the nefarious culprits that they were coming after in our area was less so the fertilization than they were coming after septic. And that protecting our springs from encroachment of additional septic fields. Now, we are in the BMAP area for Blue Springs, and we're within the PFA of that BMAP area with our property, and that means it's a higher intensity protectionary measure. Now, in that meeting, everyone generally agreed, hey, this is a great idea to protect the springs. We don't want to harm the springs. It's good. But your utility providers screamed out mercy, because what it contemplated was an obligation to extend their utilities into low density areas. And the biggest concern was out closer to Blue Springs in the dirt road areas out off of there, off of French Avenue. And how in the world can we come forward and have an effective, cost-effective extension of those facilities when we know we have to, and we're supposed to discourage growth at a lower density that requires the septic and the well? The way you do that is you try to start providing for some density that makes sense for the lines to be extended. So bringing out central water and central sewer and having customer bases to use that are in service of that. So with that in mind, let's just discuss the urban sprawl characteristics that we don't check off for the staff. In your staff report, they list about 8. We're supposed to meet at least a majority. If we don't, then it's a presumption that we're sprawl, and we came up with 3 out of the 8. So number 3 in their checklist in the staff report says that a project promotes walkable and connected communities and provides for compact development and mix of uses at densities and intensities will support a range of housing. Now and then they characterize where in a sparsely developed area, landfills, results in potential residents of the community having less access to convenient multimodal options such as sidewalks and bike lanes. West Plymouth Road doesn't have a sidewalk. All fair points. And with respect to the mix of housing types, I acknowledge that we're not asking for a density that allows for diversification of housing with this project. This is a single family project. Smaller homes and therefore maybe a slightly different market than some of our surrounding areas farther to the east. But I know that most jurisdictions aren't allowing any density above 3 units an acre, let alone necessary for townhomes and other products. But your status quo denial just keeps the area even more sprawling with the larger lots, which again, large lots is not the purpose for the rural land use. As for the walkable community comment, I challenge that entirely in that within the bounds of our property, we have sidewalks, we have trails planned for it, and we can talk about that when we get to the PD, both internally and along the perimeter of our property. I'm very frustrated by this comment because, as I alluded to before, there's a 60-acre dog park directly north of us that has no existing sidewalk access on Plymouth Road. That's frustrating. I'm even more frustrated by the fact that the county's multimodal trail system is a mere 1,700 feet to the west of our property. And for a frame of reference, 1,700 feet is the front of the Athens Theater to the front of the new courthouse. We're that far away from the county's multimodal trail that will take you all the way to Delian Springs and beyond. Now, would I prefer, I ride my bike out there, would I prefer that there's multimodal and sidewalks out there? You bet. But the county owns all the property on the north side, and it's developed. It's got the dog park, and it's got the landfill that they are operating and maintaining. But the county did not require itself to install sidewalks along that roadway. And maybe that was for good reason. Maybe it didn't meet the standards. Maybe there wasn't an adequate density out there to justify the expense. But had they done so, this project is within easy walking distance of two signature facilities for the county on West Volusia. And yet we're told that we are not within a walkable community for that. The comment about promoting conservation of water and energy, I don't know that the CPA's analysis is supposed to focus on site plan, but I will say that this policy proposal lines up directly with that state BMAP protection for water conservation and protection of our water resources by going to central water and sewer. The only other comment that I really kind of took issue with was that comment 8 provides uses, densities, intensities of use in urban form that would remediate or an existing or planned development pattern in the vicinity, constitute sprawl, or if it provides for an innovative development pattern such as transit-oriented development or new towns. And overall, that comment, and you get into a little bit more detail and explanation in the staff report, but effectively states that the county expects a non-residential use to be out there, like commercial or office, to justify then the bedrooms coming in, as if the commercial is the pioneering aspect and we follow in behind. Or that they would establish a Publix that then anchors that in and then we come in to support that. But let's go bigger picture. Again, that the land 2050 plan contemplated the development of the TOD by Sunrail, and it's got the Woodland project, and we're in between there. The nature that this is sprawl ignores the fact that this is being planned for. And it's not sprawl if we've got a plan to get the densities in place for it. So that's the nutshell of my presentation on the comp plan. I don't know if you want to discuss that first, and we can get into the PD. It's really at your discretion. I would say that from the PD perspective, just in brief, We have come forward with a density that is lower than what would be, if you approve the ULI, we're coming in at a density that is lower than what is allowed by the ULI. It comes in about, I think, 2.8 units an acre is where we land. And Stephen, if you can, yeah. Which is in keeping with most of the projects residential that has been approved of late within the greater DeLand area. We're able to accommodate and provide for the extension of services to serve that area, which in fact will provide for the ability to service additional projects down the road. If you've got specific questions about the PD, I'm happy to answer them as well. But I appreciate your time very much on this and look forward to the discussion.
Okay. Mr. Costa?
Yes, good morning. So I'm not familiar with the 2050 plan.
Sure.
And I'm looking at this map, and you're telling me that DeLand's overall plan is to basically push out to these barriers, these boundaries, correct?
They contemplate that that's going to happen.
All right, so currently, where is the DeLand city limit roughly on this map?
I think they said, was it 0.4 miles from the extension in the staff report?
0.4 to the east?
To the east, correct. You've got some residential, like the most recent projects the city of DeLand has approved from a residential standpoint is south of Minnesota, east of Grand.
South of Minnesota, east of Grand?
Those are the most recent projects that have been
Okay.
developed. And I think if you look, see what page on the staff
That
report.
section, if we can go to page 19 of 27 on the CPA, please. The aerial. Because as I look at this, the yellow, we're going all the way to basically what is the train tracks that you're showing on here. Correct? You guys are well within that area, and my question is, when we get the aerial up, you have what looks to be a group of homes or a small subdivision to the south of you?
Yeah, that's the
Park-
Parkway. Yeah, and that was
That's city or
approved
is that county?
That's county.
That is county.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they have amenities as well?
They don't have amenities. As far as public services?
Public services, yes.
I want to say that they are on water, but I don't know if they have sewer.
Mm-hmm.
My focus on it, and I apologize, was on the PD amenities and us providing for all the other.
And your site would provide
underwater
those
and
public
stuff. Yeah.
works? Okay. All right. There we go. Yeah, so Parkway down below is county, and the city limits is somewhere between Hazen.
I want to say that
And
the
Ridge-
River Otter Way down in the southeast corner, I think that's part of the
Down
city.
the southeast corner. Okay.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
If you go to page 20 of your staff report and look in the lower right-hand corner, you
you
see
go.
the city limits.
Even better.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All I had to do was flip a page. Thank you. All right, so it's down below us. All right.
And again, historically, a
Mhm.
bit slipshod. We've kind of bounced around here and there. That's part of what that 2050 plan is there for, is to kind of encapsulate and have okay, where are we going? Where are we good? Where are we bad? And it's not guaranteed, and it's guidance, right? Like, this is not, I need to be clear that this is not something that is binding and sacrosanct within the city's own land use plan. Like, this is not a comp plan policy, but this is the guiding document that they've been trying to utilize since 2011.
Okay. The other question or comment that I have is I'm looking through these two packets. I don't see any letters of either opposition or support. What was any kind of outcome with public announcements on this or public meetings?
We didn't have any public meetings on this. This is one that's kind of been languishing for quite some time and then just kind of picked back up, and we got onto the agenda. And in part, like when I'm coming through with this, in my mind, ULI next to ULI, that makes sense to me. It is characterized in the staff report as we're kind of skydiving into the hinterlands here, but that's not exactly how I approached it.
Yeah, it's a matter of interpretation, obviously.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Woods.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew I was coming.
I know.
All right. I'm going to address the CPA first.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to take comment you made out of your playbook on previous cases. And when you have a change in the CPA and you do this ULI, and you provide water and sewer, make it attain availability, we can't really deny your PUD for infrastructure or anything else like that. And that was your comment previously on other cases.
I think what you're saying is if the CPA is in place, it makes it harder for you to say yay or nay. Now,
Yeah.
sort of. The CPA is a threshold issue. You do have more discretion as the county council has more discretion, and you guys in guiding that, you have more discretion on a comp plan amendment versus a rezoning. Moreover, on the rezoning, then kind of change I think under the project you're referring to further clarify on the rezoning element, straight zoning becomes a little bit harder to deny. PD still remains a negotiated document. So you still have that kind of, call it carrot or stick, however you choose to wield it. But it gives you, we are here asking for something in that situation. Contrary, if we came with R4, let's say, and the ULI was there, that's pretty straightforward.
But you've made a comment previously that if you dot your I's and cross your T's, we should not be denying any rezoning or even a PUD if you did all your homework and brought it, if we change the to a ULI.
If it's compliant with the underlying comp,
So,
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And that was my point about the CPA. Because once we approve that, regardless if we approve the PUD or not, whenever you do what yours need to do, is very difficult for us to say, well, no, we don't want to do this PUD, because in your comments, you've dotted all your I's and crossed all your T's. Okay. That's the deal with the CPA. Now I'm going to move into the PUD. The PUD, when you get an agreement with the city for utilities,
Yep.
you have to have a consumption permit. Is that correct?
There has to be, if facilities available, yes.
Yeah. And pretty much these consumption permits, because of the new rules by the DEP with you can't do any open water distribution, so a lot of your reclaimed water has to go back to these subdivisions.
So are you talking about like collection of reclaimed water or distribution of reclaimed water?
Even the retention of reclaimed water. Because what I've seen on a lot of these projects are that the reclaimed water goes back to there, and they either go through what they consider a perk pond or a holding.
I know what you're talking about.
That's part of your consumption permit through the city. So what we're doing here is we're sending, and they base their elevations on what they can send back on seasonal high water tables. Okay.
Okay.
But what I have found and what I'm seeing from previous developments is the water that they're sending back is creating abnormal saturation or seasonal high water tables because of the fact of the amount of water that's going back. In your proposal on your PUD, you're on the minimum lot size, according to what I'm looking at, you're looking at 7 units per acre.
Looking at which?
For the minimum.
I didn't hear what number did you say?
7 units per acre, because you're doing a 50-foot lot, 6,000 square foot lots. And if I use the figure of 43,560, that's an acre, and divide it by 6,000, I come up with a little bit better than 7 units per acre.
Oh, so you're discounting all the other land on the property.
I am discounting all the other land on the property. Okay.
All right.
So what I'm saying is, because now those areas that I'm discounting, is one is obviously some of it is going to be this retention. A lot of focus has been on stormwater, but I believe that just as much should be put on the amount of water coming back from these consumption permits back to the area also. And what I'm trying to say is when we get a high rain event, what may go out in a few days doesn't go anywhere because the ground's saturated. We've seen that. That's why you see a lot more flooding, I believe. Now, this is not factual, but I believe in areas where these subdivisions go in and they have these retention areas or perk ponds, that you see more flooding or continual flooding around those areas. Okay? And this is something that is not necessarily you, but we've had others in here, and I said that we need to look at this. And from what I hear from the engineers is, yeah, we do. So what I'm saying is that you're saying to the greater DeLand, my point is if the greater DeLand, the density there may not be what was looked at in your greater DeLand area there. And like you said, the boundaries do change. What I'm hearing from the public, and here's where I'm at, is that you see it on a lot of social media platforms. I haven't heard anybody yet wave a big crowd and say, hooray, we're getting another development. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of approved developments now in the DeLand area, and even in this 50-year plan that you're talking about, that hasn't even been built out yet.
Yep.
And we're feeling the effects of it. And I believe in economic development, I certainly do. But I also believe in the quality of life for our residents. And that's what I'm hearing. At some point, I would hope you would hold this, but at some point you have a balancing here and that's what we consider the smart growth side.
So the question I've got to you on that, I take your point well, is why is nobody out there begging for additional housing? And who wants that? You know, who is the person that says, come bring this into my backyard, right? And that's always been the problem of new development. People get accustomed to, I own my half acre, my 5 acres. My neighbor next door is a cattle guy or a fern or whatever. He's got 20 acres and that's never going to be developed, and I kind of get used to that. And this harkens back to some of our conversations back in 2004, 2005 with the Map A, Map B discussions. We started talking back then about for the good of the community, we're going to preserve the area between East Volusia, our Palmetto Curtain, for non-development. We don't want anything there. We're going to strip all the entitlements there. We are going to go direct it to the cities. Let cities be cities. And yet they don't receive that, because then you come forward and nobody is allowing for any density of any kind whatsoever. I still contend to you, I mean, I see how you get to a 7 unit per acre, but that just simply isn't the case. This is 2.8 units per acre. That's a third of an acre allocated per unit. How we cluster it, and we've had this conversation many times, because the county and the cities all have different requirements now for landscaping buffers and stormwater and all that good stuff, that doesn't allow for the building pattern of, say, some of our neighbors to our east with the larger lots, where they were just allowed to build with no stormwater, no centralized sidewalks, none of those amenities that we now require. The challenge in relying upon the general comments from Facebook or Nextdoor or whatever else is if they're solely thinking about just what's in their backyard. And I get the sense, castle doctrine, my home is my castle, so I never fault anybody for coming out to talk about that. But we're trying to talk about policy plans and trying to accommodate housing. And does anyone here honestly think that people are going to stop coming to our area? If not, how are we planning to accommodate that? Because what I haven't seen since even 2004 are the large-scale, higher density and intensity projects coming into our true urban core. And I don't, DeLand's not a small town, and they've got some density coming, but let's even talk about the east side and what new growth has come in there at a higher density intensity, not to keep up. And we have a real problem, notwithstanding just this project, of accepting even a lower density like this. If this is a 2050 plan and we look forward in 30 years and we think it's still going to be rural, it's not. And in 30 years, I think we're going to look at it and see it's a 2.8 and say, oh boy, we should have probably tried for a little bit better, a little bit higher. But we're not there yet. We're not having that conversation, and it's dead in the water. There's no ability for me to come out there and say, for the good of planning, this should be even higher than that. So we accommodate with what we have, we accommodate with the policies that are there, and we try to work within the scope of that. I don't anticipate that there is anybody that's going to come out to champion the flag for more housing. Maybe the realtors, I don't know. But I know that I've watched our housing prices keep going up. I know that people are kind of, even if they have assets in their homes and they're willing to move, They can't switch because there's no inventory. I don't think this project solves that problem, but I think that there's a bigger issue there, and I don't know that we solve it by saying we need to pump the brakes. Even in 2008, when the market crashed, we were, our office was talking to folks saying, this is the time to start planning. When this comes back, and it will, and we had a 10-year window, we need to know with great certainty what's coming forward and how to plan for that and to anticipate the push. 2011, 3 years after the economy crash, this 2050 plan gets adopted by resolution. That was their effort. I contend they should have been doing more since then, but they didn't, and this is what we're dealing with. I'll get off my soapbox now, but, and respectfully, I believe passionately about this.
The point I was getting at, though, is the community in itself is taking a stand. And
You talking about this neighborhood or like the greater?
I'm talking about the community as a whole, because I don't care where you go, we hear the same stories. I see people talk to me in the public all the time about, what's going on here, or, this small, quiet town is not a small, quiet town anymore. I even had your developer say that, not this developer, but another one tell me that, so what if someone has to sit at a light for 2 light changes, and to me, that's a little bit, it's a little bit of kick in the knee, if you want to call it that, because those of us that have lived here for a long period of time realize the changes that we've seen. And like I said, I get it, but I think it needs to be more of a balancing act. And when I say this is that you're coming in, and I know you're going back, when you talk about the amount of homes of 2 point something per acre on your density, but you're not taking into the fact of your retention areas that are bringing the water back in and your stormwater, okay? And I know we've got some green space in there. My point is that as from looking at it from a transitional side, we're going with to the max when we allow 50-foot lots. I can't see any lots getting any smaller. Right now, you got a 5-foot setback on the side.
Mm-hmm.
On this property right here, this A2 zoning, I believe the side yard setback in an A2 zoning is something like 25 feet.
Sure.
Okay? So that shows you the comparison we got working with us here. And when we do the comprehensive plan, the reason we have A2, A3, A1, we have commercial, we have industrial, we do it on a percentage basis. And it seems like every time I turn around, we get in a piece of agriculture that wants to turn into a ULI with a PUD. And so there is pushback. Deltona's put a moratorium on it already. And so that alone should say that, it's not necessarily the surrounding property owners here, but it's definitely the people that in the whole area that is experiencing the growth that we're experiencing. And I hate to push the brakes on it, but obviously I'm here to represent my community, not my personal feelings. And so I would hope that you guys would take that into consideration, especially when you bring a PUD that goes to the max.
Mr. Chair,
But lot.
we do have 2 members from the public who would like to speak on this.
Yeah, I'm going to let them speak, but I just wanted to address that when I was talking about the
Sure.
use permit. And we don't know what that use permit says or how much you're going to have to take back. And so what about the adjacent property owners that we've seen that experienced in the past? And that's just where I'm at.
Okay.
Okay. We do have public participation for this, and I'll let you have a chance to respond. We have a Becky Menendez.
Mendez.
Mendez?
Only 2
I
syllables.
should know
Becky
you by
Mendez,
now.
adjacent property owner at 730 North Ridgewood Avenue. Great discussion, right? And this really is at the heart. So let's unpack some of it, if you'll indulge me.
Sure.
I'm on a timer.
We'll give you 3 minutes.
So I'll try to get there as quickly as I can. First, on this one in particular, the land use compatibility issue, the rural land use designation, the attorney for the applicant did quote part of that definition of the rural future land use designation. If you read a couple more sentences down, it says the strict limitation of development in rural areas continues to the efficient growth and operation of public services and facilities and ensuring the most effective use of public resources, right? This is why we have activity centers. Volusia County has approved the Sunrail Activity Center, which is farther south. You want your density and intensity to go into those urban areas, not in the rural. You can't keep changing the line. Up on the screen is the only ULI that's adjacent to the property to the south. That is a antiquated subdivision. It is developed, don't get me wrong. It was platted in 1960. That is well before any growth management law in the state of Florida. There was no future land use designation. There was no zoning out there, right? So we start platting and creating these urban development patterns in rural areas. And so they had to extend water. They built a road. Volusia County is responsible for maintaining that road, and no offense to any of my neighbors who live on Parkway. I'm a noisy neighbor too, so I apologize for that as well. But that road condition is atrocious, and they can't get out there and maintain these little local roads. So piggybacking on an antiquated development pattern is not the right criteria to determine compatibility. The policies that were provided by the staff in the staff report on the comprehensive plan as far as in support of changing it to ULI, I disagreed that DeLand utility, it's in their utility service boundary, and they say that capacity is available for water, sewer, and reclaimed water. There's a difference between capacity ability, meaning the plant has the capacity to serve the project, than having the actual services in that area. The closest distribution line or service line for sewer is, I don't think, anywhere close. They would need to provide a lift station to get the sewer out of the property. The existing water line system, if it's not looped, can create a horrible water quality issue. And it's extending urban services into a rural area. As far as the planned unit development goes, dog park, yes, they're providing a dog park as part of the open space and a tot lot. Don't need a daycare center in our backyard in this rural area. I also disagree that large lot residential isn't something that needs to be protected. It is a variety of housing choices that we all chose to buy into, and we should protect it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Okay, I don't have any other public participation forums. Is anyone else would like to speak to this case? Okay, hearing none, we're going to close. We'll ask Mr. Woods to come back and address the comments made by the speaker.
With respect to the assets and resources from the city, that goes through the process to extend, and that comes at the cost of the developer. And the ULI, this is showing the zoning. The ULI is also to the east as well. And when I say that it's not meant to protect the large lots, I don't want to dismiss the benefit of having large lots out there. My contention on that is, how is a large lot owner harmed when there's 50-foot wide lots next door, particularly if you have buffering and landscaping? We've gotten into this idea that we have to segregate all of our housing product, and if you have 2 acres, how dare you have somebody with only an acre next door or only a half acre? And that's not Becky saying that. I have full respect. And that's not even this project. But we've seen instances where they come in with a platted subdivision in a more, in a east side city with buffering, with landscape, all the works, and there was still, we can't have, it becomes like those people. It just rankles me the wrong way. But that's not to say the large lots are not valuable, but this coming in next door to them doesn't threaten them. They continue to be large. Again, appreciate your time, guys, really do. And ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Okay, we're going to close the floor public participation and open up for commission discussion.
Are we going to take both cases together
Yeah,
or
we're
individual
gonna vote
votes?
on them separately, but we'll start out with the CPA, because obviously that has an impact on the PUD. So anybody would like to address the CPA? I think the commission knows where I stand on it. Unfortunately, like I said previously, I've got to do a balance act here between the economic development and then the quality of life, obviously.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion. We'll get this thing started.
Okay?
I'll make a motion that I'm going to make a motion based on the staff recommendation, and then we'll vote that way.
Yep,
That
second.
fine?
Yeah.
So that, so the motion is that we find the future land use amendment inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and forward the application CPA 22-08 to the county council with a recommendation of denial.
Yep, I agree. Second.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor from Mr. Costa to find the future land use amendment inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and forward the application case number CPA 22008 to county council with a recommendation of a denial, and a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-1 with Mr. Costa in dissent. So we've got a recommendation.
4-1.
Yeah, 4-1. I'm sorry, 4-1 with Mr. Costa in dissent. And that's for a recommendation of denial. Okay, we have the next case, the companion case to this, the PUD 22-117. And we have a discussion on this.
So my question on this one, with the first one being denied, does this one not just die a natural death, or we still vote on this as well?
We still vote on it because in the event that the council was to approve the CPA, then they need to know our recommendation on the PUD.
All right, in that case, then I'll remain consistent and make a motion that we forward the rezoning application, case number PUD 22-117 to the county council for final action with a recommendation of denial.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Mr. Costa to forward the rezoning application case PUD 22-117 to the county council for final action with recommendation of denial. And second from Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-1 with Mr. Costa in dissent.
Hey, I'll have to say something. All the years I've been here, I've never seen anybody vote against their own recommendation.
I have.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I needed the motion. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case right on the record, please? Or is that, hold on a minute, let me look here. We're in the new business. Okay. All right, that takes care of all of our old business, and now we're going to move right on into our new business. Ms. Shelley, could I get the first case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-23-044, variances to the minimum yard requirements and maximum lot coverage on urban mobile home MH5 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Hanson, this is yours.
Good morning, Michael Hanson, Planning Development Services. This particular variance request has 4 variances tied together. Variance 1 deals with a screened room on the rear side of the property. Variances 2 and 3 deal with a carport in front of the garage, and variance 4 deals with lot coverage. Staff recommendation was to deny variance 1 as it failed to meet 4 of the 5 criteria for granting said variance, noting that due to the screening because of the fence line, that it might not be injurious because the existing screen enclosure had been in the same location for a number of years since it was originally permitted. This proposed construction on variance 1 is essentially to replace the existing screen enclosure with a screen room, so they're adding a covered roof to it in the same footprint. It's a fairly minor variance where it's looking at reducing the side yard setback from 5 feet to 4.76 feet. Variance 2 and 3, as I mentioned, deal with the carport. Variance 2 deals with the encroachment to the front yard, where the front yard setback for the required zoning classification of MH5 is 20 feet. The existing garage was constructed, and according to the site plan, shows up that it's at 19.02 feet, so the existing garage is already encroaching to the front yard setback. The proposed carport would further that encroachment to reduce the required 20 feet down to 4.02 feet in order to fit the carport within the front yard encroachment. The carport also requires a side yard setback reduction from 5 feet to 4.75 feet per the proposed site plan. Variance 4 deals with the lot coverage, as I mentioned. The existing site has a lot coverage of 39.1%, as is. With the proposed construction of the screened room and the carport, that would add approximately 746 square feet to the lot coverage, which would increase the lot coverage from 39.1% to 50.5%. In the zoning classification, the maximum lot coverage is 35%. Additionally, this particular property is also within our Indian River Lagoon surface water improvement management area and the Mosquito Lagoon local plan. The requirements for that allow or require on-site retention for stormwater and natural native vegetation of 35% of the property. Based on the staff recommendations for denial for motion or variances 1 through 4, staff did include 3 recommendations. Recommendation 1 is in relation to the screened room. Recommendation 2 is in relation to the carport, and the third recommendation requires that the property owners have to meet the requirements of the Indian River Lagoon Surface Water Improvement Management Zone. So that will be addressed during building permitting process. I'm available for any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant present? Good morning. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name's Jessica with Stevens Construction and Aluminum.
Last name?
Pertelli.
Okay. You've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to it?
Yes. First thing, when he was talking about the lot coverage, the screen room should have already been included in that lot coverage. The screen room shouldn't be an additional added square footage to the lot coverage because that was already existing.
No, he's not. He's just saying total lot coverage.
Okay. I misunderstood him.
Yeah.
Clarification, the screen enclosure, because it doesn't have a roof structure, doesn't count for lot coverage. Adding the roof structure then makes it count for lot coverage.
Okay, I didn't know that. So as for the screen room, like he said, we're not going outside of the existing footprint. It's not going bigger. It's staying exactly the same way, except we just want to add a roof to it. I will let,
That's the one with the requesting to 4.76 feet instead of the 5 feet. Is that correct? Variance 1?
variance 1, yes.
Okay.
And then the Coopers are here,
Okay.
the owners. I'm going to let them come up and go over the carport,
Okay.
why they feel like they need this carport. You guys want to come up? They also have a letter from the property owner next door okaying that he's fine with the side yard
Okay, they need
setbacks.
to submit that to Ms. Tucker, okay, and it becomes part of the record. You will not be getting that back, okay? If I could get your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Morning,
And
it's
ma'am.
John and Claire Cooper, 147 Charles Street. Edgewater, Florida.
Okay, and the lady?
Claire.
Claire Cooper.
Okay. You had something you would like to add to the staff report?
Yes, sir. Just as a highlight of our response, for the response, on initial variances 1 to 3, I did provide a photo. I'm sorry I only received this, your report 2 days ago. But there is a photograph of the enclosed greenhouse. The survey shows the greenhouse coming right to the edge of the existing building. But as you can see, it's set back 13 inches. So the greenhouse actually is not infringing on that 3 inches over the setback. The greenhouse, as well as the front requested deck, were designed based to go with the side of the original house. The first 2 building permits, the house and the original garage, actually looks like they are 0.24 feet over the minimum. So all we're doing is staying in line with the existing facility. There was 2 separate building permits that build the first house. As far as the carport goes, as I don't know if you have an overhead view of the satellite view, but our residents are 50-foot lots generally, and in our small community, just from my walking around, there are over 24, 25 residents that have carports or other structures that extend into the front setback within that community. And that's very observed from a satellite view. You can see if you look down at all the roof coverage, our whole community there's not much open land. As was stated earlier, we do have a letter from the only neighbor that would be affected by this, where we've been encroaching 3 inches into the next property. That is in the letter that we provided to Ms. Tucker. That's on the very back there. I think, does that kind of cover the carport stuff?
Yeah, I just would like to say that South Waterfront Park in Edgewater is a 3 deep water canal community. It was originally built many, many years ago for single wide trailers. And it is turning into a much more developed area now, where people are buying these lots and building nicer, not necessarily nicer, but bigger homes and newer homes than some that exist. There are a lot of sheds, there's a lot of things in this community, and I think that probably would count as roof cover, I don't know, but basically all we're asking for is a roof on a screened room and a roof over a carport over existing concrete driveway. So that's all.
Was there a variance required when the home was built?
Sir, I can answer that. I looked over it during the initial permitting for the house and garage. That was done independently of each other, and they were ultimately approved and then went through final inspection without a variance, although it should have needed a variance.
Okay.
Regarding that, I've obviously looked at this 35% rule that they talk about, and if you have the documents, you guys have a copy of it, whereas the 35% maximum coverage. By reviewing the initial building permits that were built, the house was built under a separate permit where the house was just under 35%. The second building permit issued for the garage brought it over the 35%, which one would assume that, or one could reasonably believe that when you read the rule on this, the maximum coverage, it says, and structures cannot exceed 50% of the principal structure. So that's kind of, if you read it that way, it says that you can have your house, and then you can have additions on it. And that is probably, to me, I submit, is why they did that with 2 building permits. And like I also said, the 2 building permits were approved, and they covered allowed the 0.24 feet to go over on the east side. So if you also look on satellite views, it's very obvious that most properties in South Waterfront Park cover way more than 35%. You just look down at the top and you can look at the roof and the roof structures and the side structures next to them. Most everything is covering over 50%. And lastly, the stormwater retention. During the building permit that was involved with the screened-in patio, that had a water retention plan because of the impermeable pot tiles or whatever underneath it. That building permit included water retention, where we had to dig holes and make areas so the water would not run out. As far as the front yard goes, if we put it over the carport is only going over the existing concrete. So there's really no water retention issues there, that I believe. Is that kind of right? And I'm available for any questions. This is my first time our first time doing this.
The one for the overall square footage and the one for the accessory structure for the 50%, those are 2 different requirements. One does not supersede the other one. So
I'm not sure. I
The
don't
rationale of that, I'm just letting you know that
Yes, sir.
regardless, if one, you can't meet one, you shouldn't be able to meet the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so one, there is 2 different requirements.
Okay.
I don't know why that wasn't required when the initial permitting on the 2, but it wasn't. Okay.
Oh, sir,
I'll take
one
that.
more. I just, as far as the front carport, I mean, like I indicated, there's over 25 or so in the other. There are actually 3 adjacent to our own property that encroach into the front setback.
Okay.
The 3 houses around us.
We're hoping they got variances.
Sorry?
I said, we're just hoping they got their variances.
After the fact.
That's why we're here. We're here
We're
first.
here, and after the fact, y'all are
And I
after the
guess
fact
I
too.
need to
So-
address this to staff. Shouldn't they be requesting a variance for the home in itself to bring it in compliance?
The home itself would be considered a non-conforming structure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So given the encroachment of the setback, because it was permanent and final, it's considered to, from my understanding, to still be able to be in that location. It just can't encroach further into and create further nonconformity.
So they can get a building permit even though it's a non-conforming structure? If we approve these variances, they can still get a building permit even if it's a non-conforming structure.
The building permits would be for accessory structures and not to the principal structure, so they should be able to.
Well, I've always been, from my experiences, they had to be compliant before they could further any building permit. Is that right, Ms. Smith?
If you approve these variances today, they can apply for future building permits.
Okay. All right. I just want to clarify that. I don't want them to have to
That's right.
reapply for the variances for the home just to get their permit.
Sir, we've also had, we've already had
I would have
two.
recommended including the home on this request.
Structure permit already applied. Was already in there. It's all just.
Right.
Right.
We
right.
understand.
I get it. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's see if we have any better public participation. If we do, I'll let you come back and make comments. But if we
Thank you.
don't, I'll close the floor. Do we have any public participation?
No, sir.
Anyone who would like to speak to this case? Hearing that, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
The motion, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Costa, go right ahead.
we see a lot of cases from this neighborhood, so and these guys are actually coming ahead of the game, asking for a variance. So with that, I make a motion that we approve case number V-23-044, variances 1, 2, 3, and 4, with the 3 staff recommended conditions.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Mr. Costa to approve variances 1, 2, 3, and 4 for variance V-23-044 with the 3 staff conditions. And a second from Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Case number V-23-047, variances to the minimum yard requirements on rural agricultural estate, RA zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Ray, this is yours.
Hi, Kristen Ray, Planning Development Services. So the property is located east of I-95, just north of the city of Edgewater. There, on the western portion of the property, it is heavily treed and it does contain wetlands. The applicant has requested 2 variances to construct a proposed 2,400 square foot storage building on the southeast side of the property to avoid the wetlands, well, and the septic drain field. Variance 1 is to reduce the rear yard from 45 feet to 10 feet. Variance 2 is to reduce the east side yard from 25 feet to 5 feet. Staff's recommendations for denial of variances 1 and 2, as they fail to meet 2 of the 5 criteria. Should the PLDRC find the applicants have provided competent substantial evidence, the following conditions have been provided for consideration. Variances 1 and 2 are limited to the size and location as shown on the variance site plan, and a wetland alteration permit for any impacts to the wetland buffer is required. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Is the applicant present? Any questions for staff, by the way?
Am I missing, is there a wetlands report in here at all? Just on the
So,
site plan? Okay.
as the applicant is coming up to the podium, just full disclosure, Todd is actually our environmental permitting manager. So typically, when we say this was reviewed by our environmental team, it would be Todd. In this case, however, because Todd is applying for the variance, we had someone else in his department review this, but they did look at the wetlands, they did confirm their location, and Todd himself can give you tons of information about the condition of his property as well.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Todd Hanna, 2670 Tiffany Drive, New Smyrna Beach.
Okay.
The wetland delineation is on the survey.
Okay. That answers Mr. Sixma's question there. Obviously, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to it?
Well, just the idea for the metal building is to be able to park my camper underneath it and then proceed with my hobbies of welding and doing a lot of woodworking, things like that, to get them out of my garage. And where my well was located, which was not when my house was built 4 years ago, they didn't ask me where to put it. They just put it where they wanted, and it's right in the middle of where you'd be able to turn a trailer around, or be able to back a trailer down through there. So if I had to push the building up to where the setbacks are, the well would be right in the middle of the driveway. And then the whole west side of the property is wetlands, which I'm very familiar with.
And you couldn't talk them into giving you a recommendation of approval?
I tried.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Looking at the site plan, the well is north of the chicken coop or forward of the chicken coop, correct? So you're looking at the drive between the well and your property line to come into that building.
Yes.
Without having to make a big S turn around it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your drain field's all the way in the back, so...
It's on the far west side.
So you're on a 5-acre parcel with about...
It's 2.5.
45%, 2.5? about 45% of it is basically in the wetland zone? Yeah, so you're limited to your buildable space. All right, thank you.
Okay. Let's see if we have any public participation. If we do, I'll give you a chance for rebuttal. If not, then we'll move on. Do we have any?
No, sir.
Anyone like to speak to this case? Hearing none, we're going to close the case for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll make
Okay. I was just ready to make a motion for approval with, whether we get two staff recommendations, on case V23047.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion for Mr. Sixsmith for variances 1 and 2 for approval. For variance V23047 with the two staff recommended conditions. And a second for Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just want to make a quick comment, though. Even if you are a county employee, you still have to go through the process.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Okay, I have a. Okay. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case read into the
Yes,
record,
sir.
please?
Case number V-23-051, a variance to the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R4 zoned property.
Ms. Ray, this is yours also.
Hello. The subject property is a pie-shaped lot where it is wider along the road frontage, and it does narrow to a point into the lake, creating one front yard and two side yards. The applicant is requesting a variance to resolve the dock from encroaching into the north side property line and to bring it into compliance. The variance is to reduce the north side yard from 15 feet to 11 feet. With research, staff could not locate a record of the dock and/or boathouse from being permitted. And when the applicant applied for the after-the-fact building permit, the encroachment was discovered. Staff's recommendation was to deny the variance request as it fails to meet one of 5 criteria. Should the PLDRC find that the applicants have provided competent substantial evidence, the following condition has been provided for consideration. The variance is limited to the size and location as shown on the variance site plan. I do also want to note that the dock was built prior to the current owners obtaining the home. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Mr. Costa, you had a question?
Yes, real quick. I just want to clarify here. It says here that you couldn't find any records of a permit for the dock, but you're looking from historical aerials that the dock was constructed somewhere around 1994?
Correct.
And then this became about because they did repairs to that dock without a permit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is the applicant present?
Hello to the council. Dennis Mulder, Docks and Dwellings Construction, 617 Fort Florida Point Road, on behalf of the applicant. The applicant, I'll keep this brief. The staff report was accurate. The dock was built certainly a great deal of time before. I think the affected portion of the dock might have been built in '94, but the original dock sometime in the late 50s, early 60s. Our client and our friend in this case needed to do some hurricane repairs on the dock. Typically, just the deck boards, some of them had been ripped off. We helped them rip those deck boards off and found that there was some rotting in a couple of the stringers. We began to repair those couple of stringers sometime during that time frame, which was only a couple of days. Clearly, somebody made a phone call. Enforcement services doing their job came out and advised us that we should get a permit. It is water under the bridge, but I will tell you that we permit more docks and marine work than anybody in this county, and that we strongly disagree with the position that the repair needed a permit. Going along to get along, we move forward to apply for a permit, a repair permit, and lo and behold, they won't issue the permit because we find that the dock, did not meet the side yard setback and is 4 foot into the setback. That's why we're here. Obviously, the repairs that we did not change the footprint. We're looking at the same dock that we were looking at both in the 50s and if it was added to in the 90s and the 90s. And that's really it in a nutshell. So it was not that the applicant was thumbing their nose at the county and did not want to get a permit. It's that there was some disagreement whether or not a permit was needed or not.
Thank you, Mr. Mulder.
I have a question for the applicant, or for the representative. So I'm reading one area that says that this is only about repairs, correct?
What's that?
That this whole variance is because you guys started on repairs and then they're
Yeah,
asking for a
repair.
permit. And it was no addition to the dock, but yet I look at the site plan that we have up here, if I'm reading that correctly, isn't there a proposed additional walkway that was not part of the repairs?
There was an additional walkway that began to be added when we started the permit process.
But it wasn't there previous to?
It was not the walkway that is not in the wetlands. And it's at grade. It's not, this is not a raised walkway.
Okay. Would that have triggered a permit process as well, that walkway, staff?
Yes, sir. And the reason we are here today is because our zoning techs discovered that they needed to get the variance for the dock.
So it's not just about the dock, then, it's about the dock and a permit for the walkway eventually, once they get this if they get this variance, correct? That's what I'm asking.
Depending on what the building plans look like for the walkway, I have not seen them, so
Okay.
it's difficult to answer
Okay.
that question.
All right.
That portion is in permit process, but can't be processed because of they won't process anything.
Until you have the other thing taken care of. All right, that's what I wanted to make sure of. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, the only one I had was from Mr. Mulder himself, and is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this case? Hearing none, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll prepare to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Costa?
Make a motion that on case number V-23-051, that we recommend approval of the variance with the one staff recommended condition.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Mr. Costa to approve V-23-051, the variance, and with the one condition, and a second from Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-23-052, a variance to the minimum distance requirements for an electronic message center sign on general commercial B4 zoned property.
Mr. Hanson, this one is yours.
Good morning once again, Michael Hanson, Planning Development Services. This particular variance request is for a lodge located off of North Spring Garden Avenue, and it's also in the county's thoroughfare overlay, but it's also in the City of DeLand's emerging gateway corridor. So I want to draw attention to the fact that we sent for review to the City of DeLand, and they reviewed the variance request, noting that in order for it to comply, it would require that the message center sign not be oriented towards or face a residential zoning district. That's part of the variance request because the section of our sign regulations require a distance of 1,000 feet. So the reduction is to reduce that 1,000 feet to the nearest residential zone property at 149 feet to the north. In review of the criteria, staff evaluated when we determined that it failed to meet 4 of the 5 criteria, noting that for the 5th criteria, it met that due to that it would not likely not be injurious due to the fact that the illuminated portion of the sign is 15.97 square feet, and the property to the north that the variance request is in relation to is going to be screened from view due to existing vegetation and a PVC fence on their property. One other thing that's worth noting, in 2014, the site received a special exception for a cell phone communications tower. And during the final site plan for that, they did not pass their final inspection. A re-inspection was not scheduled. And due to that, the land development activity has issued a hold on building permits for this particular site. So in the event that the variance is granted for the sign prior to it being able to be permitted, the owners of the property will have to resolve the issue with this final inspection for that cell phone tower. I'm available for any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any questions for staff? Is the applicant present?
Hey, everyone.
Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Gary Morris, 70 Rice Ave, DeLand.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to that?
I was a little shocked that the closeness to the residents was read out today as, I think, 149 feet. I was originally told that it was greater than that, like, 300 or 400 feet, but so that was a little shocking to me. But this sign for the St. John's Lodge will meet every other regulation in the ordinance for the sign, and we're just hoping we can have this electronic message center for the owner, the property owner.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Have you guys been in contact with the residents that would be affected by this at all?
We have not.
They haven't contacted you? I'm assuming it was posted, so at some point somebody would have come forward.
That's right.
And nothing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't have any public participation forms, so if we do have someone, I'll give you a chance for rebuttal.
No,
If
sir.
not, we'll move on, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone that'd like to speak to this case? Hearing none, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or motion. I'd like to know where the flag is. There's supposed to be a flag on that stuff. But they haven't went through final approval on it, so maybe that's why. Nobody's making a
I'll make the
motion.
motion then. I make a motion that we approve case number V-23-052 with the one staff recommended condition.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Mr. Costa to approve V-23-052, the variance, and a second for Mr. Sixma with the, was it one staff recommended condition?
One, yes.
Yeah, one condition from staff. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case?
Yes, sir. Case number S-22-110, a special exception for a recreation area on forestry, resource, FR, and resource corridor zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Shams, this is your case.
Hi, good morning. Steve Shams with Planning and Development Services. I just want to point out that a revision was made to the staff report due to new information from the applicant. It previously said that law enforcement would have hours, specific hours. The applicant indicated that special law enforcement hours will be outside of regular hours and up to 6 times per month for special training exercises. This will be reflected in the staff conditions. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a recreational area.
Shams, I have to interrupt you for a moment. We don't have a quorum at the moment.
Okay. That's fine. I'll just pause.
Yeah. As soon as one of us gets back, we'll move. Is that right? bring that up, if that's the case. Okay, you can proceed. Thank you, sir.
You want me to start over?
No, you don't have to start
Okay.
over.
So the applicant is requesting a special exception for a recreational area for an existing gun and hunt club. The applicant is, they operate a private shooting range and hunt club with limited membership opportunities, and they're looking to expand the facilities, including the addition of a classroom. The subject site is 165 acres on 2 parcels. The gun and hunt club will be situated in the FR zoned area. So the prior property owner operated a gun range on 20 acres with an approved special exception from 2012. This special exception had a condition that required final site plan approval and building permits within 12 months. These criteria were not met, and special exception expired. The current property owner purchased in 2019, and they continued operation without knowledge of the issues. A code violation was filed in 2020 for impacts to wetlands, and it informed the property owners of the issues. The applicant applied for a new special exception to resolve them. The applicant will expand the previous special exception to include 24 acres, so a total of 24 acres. The site is currently developed with 20 shooting stations and 36 action bays, a 300-yard and 900-yard rifle range, guard shack and tower, storage structures, obstacle building, and office, and they are proposing a mobile classroom. 2 dirt berms within the RC zoned area will be removed. The proposed hours of operation will be 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 days per week. As stated previously, law enforcement will be able to conduct special training on-site outside of these regular hours up to 6 times per month. Currently, the site receives about 33 members visiting daily. Final site plan approval will be required if the special exception is approved by County Council. The proposal satisfies special exception criteria and recreational area criteria. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Next slide, please. There's 7 conditions. The first one is in regards to applying for final site plan. The second for building permits for any unpermitted structures. Third is that the recreational use is limited to the private gun club facility. 4 is in regards to the landscape buffer. 5 in regard to resolving the wetland alteration violation. 6 designates the hours of operation, and 7 designates the parking requirement. I'm available for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Any questions for staff? Okay, Mr. Shams, this is a previously approved special exception. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is the applicant present? Good morning. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. Jessica Gow with Cobb Cole Law Firm, 149 South Ridgewood Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida, not the DeLand office. Others in the room. With me is Gorka. He's with the ownership team of the site. I'll be very quick. This is an existing facility. It's been around for over a decade. The previously approved special exception, unfortunately, the former owner didn't check that box to get the final site plan approval. Approved after that. So Gorka asked us to step in and help out. I like the reputation I'm getting with the tank farm and now the shooting range on some ammunitions aspects, so that's fun. Within about a mile of this site, you've got a skeet shooting range, you've got an airsoft range, you've got a private airstrip, which is fun, and then of course you've got 2 large preserves with Longleaf Pine and Deep Creek. And so what better place to have the shooting range? It's got over 100 members. We are just going through and making sure that everything is by the book and buttoned up under that new membership, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
I do have a question for you. Did you say new ownership of the property?
Yes.
Recently? How recent?
A year or so, you know? 2019.
2019? Okay.
The pandemic years in my mind.
I mean, I can hear them from my house, so I'm not too far from these guys. Probably. They had a couple of violations that they were talking about that you got to be taken care of
A wetland violation.
as a
Mhm.
as a result, or posted as a recommendation. Any problems with the recommendations the staff has here?
Absolutely not. Nope. We
Okay.
just have to apply for that wetland alteration permit and the site plan and through that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions for her?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Anyone like to speak to this case?
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, Ms. Shelley, if you go ahead and make a motion.
Move that case number S22-110 be approved, subject to staff conditions.
Seven conditions, right?
Okay, we are just moving this to county council recommendation.
Yes.
approval.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With the 7 conditions, and who seconded that, Mr. Sickman?
No.
Pat?
Pat did.
Okay. Okay, I've got a, gotta earn your pay, right? What pay? There you go. All right, we've got a motion from Ms. Shelley to forward to county council a recommendation of approval with the 7 staff conditions for S22110, and a second from Mr. Patterson. Any discussion on the motion? Nope. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, if I could get the next case, please.
Yes, sir. Case number Z-23-005, rezoning from the transitional agricultural A3 and urban multifamily R7 zoning classifications to the urban single-family residential R3 and urban multifamily R7 zoning classifications.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And Mr. Shams, this is yours.
Hi, good morning again. Just to start, this project received 4 letters of opposition from the public. You should have copies of those. The rezoning is from A3 and R7 to R3 and R7 to construct 74 single-family dwelling units. The R7 zoned area, which if you look on that map to the right, is the section, the rectangular section that extends east towards US 17. That area is not changing. So the subject site is composed of 2 parcels. During staff's review, we found there's a significant amount of wetlands on site. On the northern parcel, 11.48 acres are being rezoned to R3. Of the 11.48 acres, only 3.11 acres of uplands exist for development. On the southern parcel, all 17.78 acres are being rezoned, but 15.29 acres of uplands are on site. So in total, there's 18.4 acres of uplands and 10.7 acres of wetlands. Wetlands can count towards development density, but at a much reduced density of 1 DU or 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. So those 10.8 allow 1 dwelling unit to add to their yield. Environmental permitting commented and said impacts to wetlands must be avoided or minimized, and a 25-foot buffer from the wetlands is required. On the A3 zoning, which is currently there, they're able to construct 19 dwelling units. And on the R7 zone property, which is at 2.5 acres on the east side, the applicant has entitlements to develop 35 townhomes or multifamily dwelling units. Currently, there are 2 single-family homes on that section of the property. The properties to the north, west, and south are already R3 and developed with single-family residential units. Areas to the east and north are developed as commercial and industrial. The requested rezoning and proposed units are consistent with the existing urban low-intensity future land use designation. The existing zoning could generate 219 daily trips and 21 p.m. peak hour. The proposed zoning by the applicant could generate 765 daily trips and 75 p.m. peak hour. Volusia County Traffic Engineering reviewed this proposal and did not provide any comments. Overall, staff recommends PLDRC forward to County Council with action of approval. I'm available for comment or question.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Shams, on the proposed zoning map, it does not show the wetlands coming into that map. Is there a reason for that?
So we utilize the St. Johns River Water Management District overlay. It does not show up on the zoning classification.
But it will have to get site approval though if someone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, is the applicant present? Thought you might have left the house, Mr. Woods.
Hello again. Mike Woods, Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant, with a little bit of a lighter lift and lighter touch with this application for you this afternoon. What you have before you is a property across the street from generally the Walmart area with connectivity onto 17. As staff properly addressed, there is some higher intensity zoning that's allowed on there with anticipation for some type of multifamily, whether that's townhouse, what have you. What is before you for the request is a request to develop for single family with as light of a touch as we could possibly do. We do recognize that there are the wetlands in place that not only impacts the possible density yield, but also the avoidance and minimization to the impacts therein. One of the reasons why we're coming forward with straight zoning and not a PD is so we're not discussing any type of special kind of treatment or interaction. So while there is that number that is provided for in the staff report of a possible yield, when you get into buffering and landscaping and the other thing, that number will probably drop down as well. The project as proposed will end up being developed under current subdivision standards, i.e., landscape buffering. We do, and I'm going to talk a little bit about I've got a copy of 3 of the letters in opposition, and they all basically said the same thing, and I'll address them. But that's the 3 letters that I got were to the west of our property on what is Clara Avenue. But our project will be oriented internally, like the road, like as Clara Avenue, if you go down that street, all the driveways empty out on the Clara. We would be an internally facing project with a single access point on Clara. And at 85 feet, the reason why we picked the R3 is because we had that zoning classification immediately to our west and then again to our south. And recognizing that it is Mercer's Fernery and the history of that property and the project there are larger lots out to the west, but this from a standpoint of transition. And again, the same conversation of, yes, that is designated as ag right now, but not really put any type of use, and that's kind of a holding place. With respect to the concerns raised by the neighboring letters, they acknowledge that they too are zoned R3, but brought up the point that they are developed at their lots are larger. I think averaging, they said like 0.5 or 0.55 acres. And that is true, but this is a conversation you've heard me say before. They developed outside the standards of the current subdivision requirements. It is not a formalized subdivision. Those are lots that were divvied up by meets and bounds. So just to kind of get to you and kind of you understand that there is some method to the madness of the R3 zoning having the size that it is and whatnot. They don't provide for tree preservation. That's 15% right off the top. You take that 5.5 acres, you do the math, you lose 15%, you're down to 4.6 acres. They don't have the landscaping requirements. Our default for our project, even with residential, adjacent to residential, is 15 feet wide, and there's specifications on, canopy tree, shrubs, and the like. They don't provide for that either. Conservatively, you run a 15-foot sliver just up Clara, you almost lose a half acre again there as well. That building pattern wouldn't be acceptable today. The individual lots dumping out onto the road like that, if it was a subdivision, it would be configured probably with single access. And obviously the biggest missing element from their project compared to what we will have to provide is stormwater. Those lots are a little bit larger because they capture their own stormwater within the barriers of their lots. There's no dedicated stormwater facilities. Obviously, we would have to have our own there. And very easily, a project of that size, even with just 10 lots and the acreage they have, 15 to 20% of the property would go towards the stormwater pond. You add that all up together, going back to like your analysis of cut all that stuff out and it's just the lots, instead of 5.5 acres across the street, it's down to about 2.7. 10 lots, 2.7, you're at 2.8, 2.7, which is right in line with where the R3 would take us. So I think we've got a proposal that fits within the area, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Any questions for the applicant? I will comment that this is 10,000 square foot rather than the 6,000. All right. And do we have any public participants? Yeah, I do. I got one from Jamie Matthews. Good morning, ma'am. Could I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Jamie Matthews, and my address is 2360 North Clara Avenue, DeLand. I want to start off by saying that there are multiple neighbors that do have input, but we didn't receive the letters. I didn't get my letter until this Tuesday, so I wasn't even able to get a response to you. I waited all day Friday for it to be delivered. I rescheduled a redelivery. They never showed. So there are, and I've talked to them on the phone, people that do have a lot of input on this. I have 6.2 acres at the dead end of Clara, and this pasture or land that's actually being talked about has been in my family since the 1800s. My cousins are the ones that sold it to the developer. And I do believe that residential housing is the best use for it. We just want it to be done responsibly, taking into account the wetlands, which are not noted on the map anywhere, which is very bothersome to me. In 2005, the county had to use that lake. There's actually 3 lakes connected there for drainage from hurricanes that were flooding houses across 17. And the lake came up within 5 feet from my house. So depending on where they're able to build, all those houses could potentially be underwater, as well as impacting your ability to get water off of other houses and things like that. So I really like for the wetlands to be noted and marked and taken into account. And then I think that the majority of the neighbors are in agreement that residential is the best use. Nobody's anti it being residential, but we would like at least the lots that are adjoining ours to take into account our lot size, and around the lake to take into account the size of the lots that are around the lake. Because if you're putting 0.46 acre lots, that's still a lot smaller than the majority of the houses are on at least 2 acres around the lake. So we'd really like for you to take into account the big picture and make it what's best for our community moving forward, instead of throwing a lot of small houses like was just done on the other side of Mercer's Fernery that have 10-foot backyard and are 5 feet apart. It looks approximately 5 feet apart from each other, the houses, which it sounds like he's going to be a lot more responsible with the development lot sizes. But it's just very important to us that if that room is given, I don't know if there's a way to make it a lot size limitation where they don't have that much room to make such a smaller lot size so close to these lots that are larger. If there's a way to subdivide it into different parcels, or it has to be the larger lot sizes that are rezoned. Because like it makes sense to put the townhouses close to the boulevard. That makes complete sense. But you don't want to have that ability to put those townhouses in the middle of the pasture, because that doesn't make sense for the houses surrounding that area. So I just am wondering if there's a way for you to enforce that more information is given before it's given for approval for the county to move forward with this.
Okay, I'm going to ask staff to confer on this, but there is a minimum lot size for R3 zoning. Is that correct? And what is that minimum lot size?
10,000 square feet.
10,000 square feet.
Okay, so like my property is R1 zoning, and I was told the smallest I could reduce my lot size to and subdivide is 1 acre lots.
Mm-hmm.
So my lot's the largest that's directly congruent to this
This is going to be almost a 1/4 acre
that they're going to be building on.
that they will be building on.
And
per
that's for
lot.
the whole subdivision. not taking into account the houses that are on Clara.
The houses, no, that, whatever the rezoning, if we were to recommend approval on this, that R3 that you see there
Mhm.
would be a minimum lot size of 10,000 square foot. Okay.
And is there any?
Which is almost a quarter acre.
A quarter acre.
Which is usually in.
I know it's big for right now for what's being built in DeLand, but that doesn't mean it's
Oh,
what
yeah.
DeLand needs.
Yeah.
And I was very excited to hear that you guys are listening to the people about
Yeah.
the lot sizes needing to be larger. I just hope that you'll take into account the wetlands, what your.
He has to do that.
And what the county's needs are going to be for irrigation and the implication on that, like if you need to take water, because there was literally houses underwater that they were pumping the water into our lake for during the hurricanes.
All that will have to be taken into consideration in the development plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak?
No, sir.
Anyone else like to speak to this case? And Mr. Woods, I'll give you a chance for rebuttal on that.
Sure. Just to clarify, just to be clear on the record, that R7 higher density and intensity, it's on the east side, that doesn't get transferred anywhere else onto the property. That stands alone, and that's why we're not touching it. So to the extent there would be that diversification of housing, it would be closer, it would be out by the highway and not here. And then just to reiterate the 2 points, with the development of our project, we won't have our homes facing out and coming out onto Clara. The standards that the county requires now is a double loaded roadway interior. So there will be the necessary landscape buffering. There would have to be either shrub, I believe it's like a 4 feet, either shrub, fence, wall, that's the exterior. That's the default for the zoning. But they will obviously all be 85 feet. And that's again, the thought process is, we know that at site plan, you're going to be dealing with the wetland areas and the avoidance and whatnot. So we don't get kind of shift and move and modulate the lot sizes that way. We have to deal with our 10,000 square foot, and that we thought was the safety measure there.
Yeah, quick question. There's no site plan, obviously, because you're not that far, but anticipation would be your access points onto the site would be from Woodland Boulevard only, or?
No, I think there will be at least one entrance on Mercer's.
One on Mercer and one on Woodland?
Woodland would be most likely. The question there, and again, early on, but wetland impact, right? There is the wetlands there. How do we avoid I think the ideal plan would be to have the connection through there. Then the other question is whether the county would require us or want us to be connected onto Clara for an access point at any point.
Or even if it's just an emergency access point?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got a couple of options there.
So, so for the folks on Clara, they shouldn't be impacted by any kind of heavy traffic up and down Clara, because your access points are going to be more towards the eastern side of the property.
No, and I would think, with site plan at the standards, the improvements on the east side of Clara that will be obligated for.
Buffers and,
sidewalk.
All right, thank you.
But Michael, one question.
Yes,
What
sir.
about did you address the flooding issues that she was talking about?
So I was not aware of that process for the county coming in and pumping into that lake. I would assume that would have been under an emergency order with the permission of the landowners at that time. I would think that as we go through the processing, the wetland delineation, historic line of that wetland delineation, I think Keith and Sam are going to be on ball with that to identify how far that goes down. I mean, it's not inconsequential, and Mills, to your point, you look at the staff report and the new zoning, I think that's just an overlay there, but we are aware of how that flows through, both through St. John's Water Management District delineates it. There's a couple different agencies, a couple different toggle screens on the page, so abundantly clear. Again, one of the reasons why I go straight zoning, know what you can do and have to live within, rather than try to design an entire site, try to maximize that. It just didn't seem to be effective or, a wise choice, particularly given the environment that we're dealing with right now. So 85, we can work within those limits and make a good product.
Another question or maybe a comment is that you're going to have a consumption permit on this too.
Sure.
If you got public utilities. I would keep in mind that we need to make sure that we don't have to take back more than what we're producing on these sites. That's something that we don't have any say-so over. That's between the developer and the city of DeLand. But this is what's causing a lot of the big issues and a lot of the pushback on these, is that you need to look at those, how much you're having to bring back in to accommodate other areas that they don't have that capacity at, that they don't want to, you don't want to be the dumping ground of.
You're talking the reuse again, right?
I'm talking about reclaim, yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's it. We're going to close the floor for public participation and open it up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we forward the rezoning application, case number Z23-005, to County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion from Ms. Shelley to forward the rezoning application case number Z23005 to County Council for final action with recommendation of approval. And a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number Z-23-006, rezoning from the rural agriculture A2 and transitional agriculture A3 zoning classifications to the rural residential RR zoning classification.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Shams, this is yours also.
Hi, good morning again. Just one note I'd like to make. The staff report mentions one letter of opposition. I spoke directly with this individual, and it turns out they were concerned with another project with the same property owner. So that, please disregard that note, as the letter that they submitted does not apply to this project. So the rezoning from A2 and A3 to rural residential on the 9.83 acres, the applicant is seeking 6 additional dwelling units through subdivision. Property is currently developed with 1 single-family residence. The applicant is seeking to rezone and subdivide into the property into lots of at least 1 acre. The property is predominantly zoned A2, and there's a small section, about less than 1/10 of an acre, that is A3. And this section is technically non-conforming. The A2 requires a 5-acre lot size. Rezoning would allow the subdivision and resolve the nonconformity. The surrounding area is developed as residential. Areas to the east and south are already zoned rural residential, and areas to the north and west are zoned A3. The existing future land use designation is rural, and the applicant is requesting a zoning classification that is conditionally compatible with rural. Conditionally compatible looks at whether what they're proposing is consistent with the existing development pattern. Rural future land use lands are typically developed at 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, but since the subject property is within 660 feet of an existing subdivision, it can be developed at 1 dwelling unit per acre. Therefore, the maximum allowable yield is 9 dwelling units, which is consistent with the proposal of 7. So staff found that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And due to the nature of the request, which is less than 10 dwelling units, impacts are minimal. Rezoning would result in a maximum of 70 daily trips and 7 p.m. peak hour trips. The parcels would be serviced with wells and septic tanks for potable water and sanitary sewer services. And overall, staff recommends a forwarding to the County Council with final recommendation of approval. And I'm available for comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Any questions for staff?
Am I seeing this aerial correctly? There's 2 homes on the site currently? Or is that a home and a barn?
I believe that's a accessory structure.
Accessory structure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present? Good morning. Could I get you?
Good morning again. Jessica Gallo, Cobb Law Firm, 149 South Woodward Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. Coming down now with our team. Want to see who followed me. Chris and Anne Marie are with Zefcone and Associates, our civil engineers, if you have questions. James is with the ownership group, so if you have specific questions, we do have a concept in the staff report, although this is a straight rezoning, just to have a general layout. Just a brief overview, because I think Steve hit on it really well. I don't know if you guys listen to the county council for fun like I do. My husband hates it. But at the April 4th meeting, the county was reviewing their surplus lands, whether they're going to designate them as affordable housing, put them out to auction. And that discussion really focused on the concern that council had that we see a lot of large developments and big national home builders, but we don't really have smaller developments that small home builders can come in and develop. So they voted unanimously to move all of their surplus lands, except for one, to auction to allow small home builders to come in and have the opportunity. That's really what we're seeing here. As a small home builder, James behind me, he can talk about his history, who would come in and build these lot by lot as they have potential buyers and build the homes. They're 1 acre lot size. We're doing the RR for compatibility with the surrounding areas. We think that it makes sense here. It's a transitional area, you know, by 95 and Pioneer Trail. And we're really here to answer any questions that you guys have about the request.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the applicant? We don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public participation?
No, sir.
All right. We're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion.
Be ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we forward the rezoning application, case number Z23-006, to County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval.
Second, and I'm glad to see these bigger lots.
Okay. I have got a motion on the floor from Ms. Shelley to forward the rezoning application case Z23-006 to County Council final recommendation of approval. And a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, can I get the next case, please? And we're going to go ahead and
Last case.
Can you, we'll go ahead in this case, the CPA, and we're going to combine the companion with the CPA and the PUD. We'll hear both of them and vote separately on each one.
Maybe not.
Would you, at this point, do you want me to read them both into the record at this time?
Yes, yes.
Just clarifying. I thought that
Okay,
was it.
yeah.
Great, thank you. Case number CPA-23-003, large-scale comprehensive plan amendment from the rural R future land use designation to the urban low-intensity ULI future land use designation. And case number PUD 23-003, a rezoning from rural agriculture A2 zoned classification to planned unit development zoning classification with a residential subclassification, PUD.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And this is Mr. Shams also.
Hi, good morning. Steve Shams with Planning and Development Services. So the applicant is I'm going to go through the CPA first.
Sure.
The applicant is requesting a large-scale amendment from rural to urban low intensity on 85.5 acres to develop the property with 211 single-family dwelling units. The subject site consists of 2 parcels and is directly fronting State Road 15A North Spring Garden Road. To start with, this project first came in December and had some pretty substantial public opposition. As of this morning, we've received 53 letters of opposition, and I've spoken to many concerned residents in person and over the phone since this application was first produced. The applicant held a public meeting in February to directly communicate with the concerned residents. Over 70 people attended, and the opinion of the project was overwhelmingly negative. The applicant intends to rezone the properties from A2 to a PUD with a rural subclassification with a concurrent application, and I'll speak to in a minute. The surrounding area is primarily residential. As you can see from the map, State Road 15A runs north to south and kind of bisects the area. You can tell from the lot sizes. To the east is more of an urban residential designation. And to the west is developed more as rural residential. So the areas to the east, such as Brandywine PUD, are developed on lots about 1/4 acre to a 1/2 acre, and then west are typically about 5 acres. The City of DeLand has capacity for potable water and sanitary sewer, but not reclaimed water. The subject site is within the spring priority focus area and is subject to more stringent environmental standards. The future land use change, TULI, would allow a maximum gross density of 342 dwelling units. The existing future land use designation would permit 17. Staff reviewed this for consistency with the comprehensive plan and found it does not satisfy comprehensive plan policies related to directing urban growth away from agricultural areas, discouraging urban sprawl, and maintaining adequate level of service for thoroughfare roadways. When reviewing this urban sprawl criteria, we found it met 3 of 8, which does not pass the threshold of 4. The current future land use designation, which would permit 17 dwelling units, would generate 198 daily trips and 19 p.m. peak hour. The proposed future land use designation, which could develop with 342 dwelling units, would generate 3,232 daily trips and 322 p.m. peak hour, which is an increase of over 3,000 daily trips. Volusia County Traffic Engineering requested a traffic impact analysis at the time of subdivision review and a proportionate fair share agreement with the developer should this CPA be approved. Overall, staff recommended denial on the CPA as it would result in a significant amount of trips, does not satisfy urban sprawl criteria, is inconsistent with the character of the area, and is inconsistent with the comp plan policies. The PUD is a rezoning from A2, and they're seeking that the PUD agreement more specifically outlines what they're trying to develop, and that's 211 single-family dwelling units. Their request is not compatible with the rural, which indicated the future land use change. And this rezoning is contingent on the CPA approval. Because the CPA was found to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, the rezoning is also inconsistent. The PUD would develop 3 types of lot sizes: a 50-foot wide lot, a 60-foot wide lot, and a 145-foot wide lot. As I mentioned earlier, the current zoning would permit 17 dwelling units and generate about 198 daily trips. The proposed zoning, which is what the applicant is actually proposing, would generate 2,006 daily trips, which is an increase of about 1,800. Again, there is considerable public opposition with 53 letters of opposition, in-person interactions, phone calls, and the community meeting. The opinions and concerns of residents most affected by the project should not be ignored, as the public are and should be integral to the planning process. Overall, staff also recommends denial on the PUD due to inconsistencies with the development pattern of the area, the comp plan, the significant trip generation, and the significant opposition from affected residents. If the PLDRC finds evidence to approve, staff recommends approval is subject to the order and resolution. And I'm available for comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, a real quick one, please. Just one clarification. So this is a rural agricultural A2, correct?
Yes, sir.
Minimum lot size is 5 acres?
Yes.
Okay. And then the surrounding properties around it also are A2 and A3, so basically the same, 5 acres.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant present? Good morning, Mr. Watts.
You know, at the beginning of the day, I didn't think I would be able to say good morning when I got up here. But thank you guys for moving through everything that you've had in front of you quickly this morning. And Mr. Patterson, welcome back. You'd think they'd been able to find an old nameplate to stick up there for you, but you know, good to have you back on the board. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. You know, I'm here on behalf of the landowner and Ashton Woods Homes, who's the contract purchaser on the property. I have several representatives from both here with me today as well. As staff indicated, and thank you, we've had extensive meetings with staff, you know, over the time period prior to making a submittal for this application, and then obviously in the time since then as well. And we appreciate all of their input. Do I have a clicker? Okay, so I'm gonna go through. I've got a presentation that outlines the request both on the land use amendment, concentrates more on the land use amendment, and then has some detail on the PUD as well. But as staff indicated, we are seeking you know, we have applied to amend the future land use on the property from the current rural designation to urban low intensity. Why are we here? You have a comprehensive plan that's been in place since 1990. What I've looked at and been able to find with respect to this property is that designation has been in place since 1990. And periodically, the county goes through and looks at its maps and verifies whether or not they should be updated or not. But the other process that you have in your code and under state law is, as a landowner, you have a right to come in and seek, you know, to amend it if you think conditions have changed that warrant it. And so that's why we're here. That's why what brings us here today. So, you know, as noted before, the property currently has a rural classification. This is, you know, the language from your comprehensive plan that defines what that land use means. It's a mixture of agricultural and low-density residential, provides transition area between, you know, the agricultural portions of the county and more urban uses. There's some other things that, you know, in your rural classification that deal with some of the specific rural communities, but this particular area doesn't fall into any of those rural communities, so I haven't included that. What we're seeking is to shift the property into the urban low-intensity land use classification. Now, this is the definition of ULI under the comprehensive plan. And one of the interesting things that I've always found with ULI is the range of lot sizes that ULI permits. 5-acre lots is consistent with ULI. 4 units to the acre is consistent with ULI. That's the range that our comprehensive plan defines in urban low intensity. Specific density, reading on in here, some of the highlighted language I added, is dependent on the locational factors, compatibility with adjacent uses, and availability of public facilities. The designation also allows existing agricultural zoning and uses to continue. So going back to the current configuration, you can see that ULI is the land use that applies to the property immediately to the south of this. That's the areas along Private Road, the areas to the east with the Brandywine development. And I'll get into a little bit more detail on those as we move forward. This is the dividing line at present, and it's the dividing line that's been in place since, you know, roughly 1990 when the comprehensive plan was adopted. So this is, I know you had an aerial in your staff report, and I'm going to get into a couple of the specific things that are included in this in the justification for staff recommendation. But this is the aerial. You know, I wanted to provide you with this because I think it gives you a little bit better context for where this property is located. This property has been, you know, in some iteration of the current owner's family for about 40 years. They've got cattle on it. They've had cattle on it for that time. It's a family out of the Kissimmee area. And they're looking to shift out of that agricultural business model. And if you look at the lot pattern, the thing that really kind of jumped out at me in looking at the staff report, you know, the conclusion or the statement is made in the staff report, particularly at the top of page 5, that the established development patterns in the area around it is predominantly 5-acre lot, and that you know, is one of the justifications that keeps it within the rural classification. So I actually went around and looked at what is the acreage and what are the lot sizes that are predominant around the actual site. You do have 5-acre lots immediately to the west. You have active agriculture immediately to the north. To the east, you have from 0.3 acre lots to 0.5 acre lots in the Brandywine development. You have multifamily apartments. You have condominiums. You have commercial immediately to the north, approximately 1,300 to 1,500 feet north of where the site is. Along private road to the south, you have lots that range from 2.5 to 4.8 acres. There is a double lot. I can't point on here, but there's a double lot just at the bottom left of my star there. That's about 9 acres. And then as you go out to the areas along Glenwood Road, you've got lot patterns that are 1/4 acre lots, 1/2 acre lots. Further out in Glenwood to the east there, you've got 0.3 to 0.6 acre lots. So I do take a little issue with the characterization that the predominant lot pattern in this area is 5 acres or greater. There are 5 acre or greater lots, but there's a pretty substantial mix here. And that's something that I think helps to justify the application to go to ULI versus keeping it in rural. Because keep in mind, and I'll show you this in a minute when we look back at some of the historic photographs here, this is really the last property that has been divided up. So let's look at that. There's 3 factors that the staff recommendation were based on: compatibility with the surrounding area, increased traffic, and then failure to meet 4 of the 8 criteria under the urban sprawl rule. So compatibility. I've already talked about this in a fair amount of detail, but when you really look at what's here, there's a variety of lot sizes that are less than 5 acres. There's a variety of areas that have transitioned from rural over time to a smaller lot pattern. And I'll just make a personal note here. If you see where it says 1 to 4 acre lots, and there's a little blue R right there. That's, I think, the end of Grove Street, and I grew up at 421 Grove Street. So I lived there from the time I was about 8 until I got out of high school. And I saw a lot of this area transition from orange groves to a lot of the larger lot homes that are there today. I mentioned that the property in general out in this area, was designated as rural in 1990 when the original comprehensive plan was adopted. I couldn't pull up a 1990 aerial from the county's records, but I did pull up from the GIS mapping system at the county the 1990 area out here, 1999 development pattern. So if you look at what this area was characterized at when, shortly after the adoption of that rural land use classification, and then I think this is telling. There's the lot pattern that has developed since that picture was taken in 1999. And those are the areas, if you look up, kind of in the northern areas, kind of up to the north and west along Tall Oaks and everything else, and look at the majority of the lots that have been developed since then that were previously undeveloped rural area, and then go back and look at the lot sizes that have developed in those areas. They're all sub 5 acre lots. They're all 1 acre to 2.5 acres. Some of the areas along Tall Oaks, you've actually got some that are below 1 acre. So we've got a staff report that characterizes this as 5 acres is what everything around us is. But that's, I think, doesn't really look at the full context of the area. And so I'd encourage you to look at that as we move forward with the discussion. Traffic was the other thing that was pointed out. You've got this in your materials, but I wanted to point out that there are a number of comprehensive plan policies cited in the staff report that talk about the increases in traffic on the thoroughfare road network being something that we're trying to make sure that is fully managed. That we look at those traffic impacts, and you're familiar with it. We have to provide the traffic analysis. We have to provide it at various points through this process. So we did, and here's the traffic analysis that was provided for the land use amendment. And it says that the potential increase in the land, in the traffic that could be generated by this land use change is about 1,800 average daily trips increase above what could be there now. And I know Stephen mentioned the amount that the existing property could develop, about 198 if I recall, and 181 PM peak hour trip. Now, the analysis shows that the impacts of that change, at 2027, so when we look out and see, okay, 5 years down the road from when we did this analysis, does this proposed amendment increase the level of service or cause a failure of level of service on any of the segments in the surrounding area? And the answer to that is no, based on the analysis that was done. In fact, the only point at which, and my formatting got jumbled here, so I apologize for that. The only point at which there's a failure on any of those segments is in 2035. There's a segment between Glenwood Road and Grand Avenue. A segment of Glenwood Road between Grand Avenue and 15A that does have a level of service failure in 2035. And the majority of that is based on background condition, background growth. It's not actually based on what's generated here. In fact, the analysis, and this is the part that I've got in red down here, the analysis shows that this proposed changes contribution to that's the only segment where we would exceed the 3% significance test that we have to look at under the TPO guidelines for our traffic analysis. So increased traffic here, we're actually adjacent to a state highway. We're adjacent to a state highway that has, significant amounts of capacity. I know that we all experience congestion from time to time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the capacity is not there. The conclusions of the technical analysis are capacity is there and available in the road network surrounding the property to support the additional development there. So the last analysis that is included in your staff report that recommended against the proposal was that we didn't meet 4 out of the 8 criteria for the urban sprawl analysis. The staff report concluded we met criteria 1 and 2, so I won't go into any detail on those. Criteria 3 promotes walkable and connected communities and provides for compact development and a mix of uses at densities and intensities that support a range of housing. Sorry for my typo there. Housing choices. So let me see if I didn't put it back in. So going back to this picture, if you look at this in that context and you look at the fact, this commercial node that's just to the north is about 1,500 feet. I think a quarter-mile walkability is 1,300 feet. So we are within a walking distance of that along a state highway that has sidewalk facilities along both sides. Housing choice, housing alternatives. You've got a mixture here, multifamily, condominiums, small lots, larger lots. You do have a mixture in this area that I think this does comply with that third criteria. That commercial area, 20 years ago, we did a site plan approval for a public shopping center on what is currently that treed northwest corner. I guess it's the southwest corner of 17 and 15A. It was never built. It was approved about the same time the recession came in, so that never moved forward with development, but it currently has both commercial land use and commercial zoning, which will be relevant as I talk about some of the other criteria as well. Incidentally, I'll just mention this, with the change that is going into effect July 1st, the state has adopted Senate Bill 102, the Live Local Act. Any property that has commercial, industrial, or mixed-use zoning that somebody comes forward with a plan for multifamily development that includes a minimum of 40% affordable housing can be developed without hearings, without going through any process other than site plan review, at the maximum density allowed in the jurisdiction. So whatever the county's maximum density anywhere is, can now be built in a commercial node like that. At a height that is the maximum allowed within a 1-mile radius. So here it's likely 35 to 45 feet. So 2 to 3 story apartments will be authorized on that site as of July 1st. And that's, I disagree with taking away state, or local control, home rule power, but that has been signed into law and goes into effect on July 1st. Going back to the specific criteria, promotes conservation of water and energy. Page 3 of your staff report notes, this is in the BMAP for DeLeon Springs. This is in an area where proliferation of wells and septic is discouraged from a policy standpoint, and it's in an area where along 15A we have central sewer and water utilities in place now, operated by the City of DeLand. This is within the City of DeLand, greater DeLand area, and within the footprint of their utility service area. So I think we actually satisfy that criteria because of the compliance with the overall policy dictate that we discourage well and septic and encourage the, conservation of water and connection into central sewer and water. Preservation of agricultural areas and activities. Again, I think if you go back and look at what was there in 1999, with the original rural and agricultural uses that were in place, and how that has transitioned over the intervening time period. Other than, I think there are some hobby agricultural activities out there. The exception to that, I think, would be the Wrights, which are the people that have the property immediately to the north that I've labeled as agriculture on here. They do have an active, cattle operation there. So, last thing on here. So, criteria 6, staff concluded we met. Criteria 7 creates a balance of land uses based on demands of residential population for the non-residential needs of an area. I looked at this one and I was like, what does that mean? And I had to read it a couple different times, but creates a balance of land uses based on demands of residential population for the non-residential needs of an area. And then I looked at the mix of things that you have in this area on the commercial node that the county has planned, at the 15A, US 17 intersection, for 30 or 40 years now. And the thing, that typically keeps commercial and that non-residential activity from moving forward is the lack of additional residential density around it to support it. So I think on that basis, you can reason that we support, that we do meet the additional criteria here under criteria number 7. Now, criteria 8, I think this one is intended to kind of retroactively fix areas where you've got urban sprawl. And I'm not going to argue that we meet that one. I think this is an area where you've got a long established pattern of a lot of different lot sizes that's come up here. Domingo Reyes on the other kind of side of the street, Trails West, those are things that were developed, Brandywine, developed in the 70s and 80s. Really, again, this is just, I think this is the pattern that's been there from a lot development standpoint for a long period of time. So, I'll leave you with this on the land use amendment. And I spoke with a lot of really good people during the course of our neighborhood meeting and in some of the conversations I've had since then, and I completely understand and I get their concerns. And zoning is where we ultimately say, what is the appropriate lot size? What is the appropriate type of development within the context of what's allowed under the land use? But I think here, if you keep it to rural, what you're really doing is preserving the last piece of an active rural area that's surrounded by smaller lots, that's surrounded by, yes, still acreage lots, but smaller lots than the 5 acres that is the norm under the rural classification. Let me mention this on the zoning. So our current zoning is A2. We had, 2 cases ago, you heard about R3. R3 is a minimum of 10,000 square foot lots. That's what's permitted on the property immediately to the south. Now, the lot sizes are much bigger than that. Those are, up to 4.8 acres, I think, 9 acres if you look at the one that's a double lot there off of private road. But the zoning that's in place right there is R3. When we initially came in to talk with staff, and this is probably more than a year ago now, when we came in and had an initial conversation about what should we do with this property, this was the plan. It was 360 units or something like that. We were going to have to go to urban medium on the frontage piece, and staff said, too much, way too much. Really look at what you have in the context around you and come up with a plan that provides some better buffers, better transitions, things of that nature. And so this is the PUD plan that's in front of you. And it does. It has smaller lots. It has 50s, 60s, and then it has half-acre lots, which are the yellow ones that we've got adjacent to the areas that still have the active agricultural use in the area. What this also does is preserves the existing stand of trees. It preserves, I believe we have every historic tree that we identified on the site preserved and protected under the layout of this plan with these park areas that have been created. Some of them are in the fence lines that are between the 2 parcels. That's what you see out there to the west. Some of them are in some of the stands where we've got some wetland areas and things of that nature that would also be protected. The other thing that we did, and this was based on, again, looking at the lay of the site, looking at the need to separate from some of the larger lots, we used the areas that would be used for stormwater and things of that nature, put that on the south end of the property so that we were ensuring to provide separation and transition to some of the large lots that do exist within the ULI area to the south of us. So With that, I will stop and see if anybody has questions for me.
Any question for the applicant?
Yeah, yes, and I know we're going to hear from a lot of the residents, but my question is, you had meetings with the folks. Underlying comments that you came away from with that, was there?
Absolutely. I think the vast majority of people want to protect their way of life out there. The vast majority of people live on, properties that are a mix of, anywhere from, again, half-acre lots to 10-acre lots, depending on where you're looking at around it. And I fully understand the desire to protect, what you moved out there for. I think you can understand that, still looking at the context of, is it consistent with rural or not? Is it consistent with the policies as they're set up in the comprehensive plan?
What I'm asking is, did they give you any kind of indication of what they would support? Obviously, they wouldn't support this, that they think this is too dense.
I think they're fully supportive of the property developing as
is.
Respecting the rights that the
Only
property
as
owner
is.
currently has.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
We appreciate the time, and we'll hopefully we can come back up and respond to any of the comments.
I'll give you opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
I would like, I do have quite a few public participation forms here, but I would like my comments from our previous CPA and PUD go into this record also, so it'd be on the record of the comments I made there as far as the impact it has on the community and what the feelings are for that. There's no sense of me going through all that again. Okay. My first speaker will be Jim Kane.
Thank you.
Good morning,
I
sir.
appreciate your time. I hate to follow a presentation like that, as this is not going to be near as polished. I live at 1193 Private Road with 300 plus feet of property line adjacent to the south side of the planned development. I am not a zoning expert of any kind. The purpose of zoning, as I understand it, is to exercise some controls on development such that new development proceeds in a way that protects community interest and nearby property owners near developments, while recognizing that each property owner has the right to develop their property within certain guidelines. I realize that the planning board and the county commission often face difficult decisions in balancing the issues of developers and other property owners. Here I would like to quote from the description of the plan unit development zoning as it appears on the website. This classification is to provide for integrated developments which are consistent with the comprehensive plan. I understand that this development is not consistent with that plan. I'm here today to argue that rezoning to accommodate the English Oaks development should not be approved because it is totally out of keeping with the surrounding properties. The planned English Oaks development is surrounded on three sides by housing of at least 2.5 acres. The fourth side of that would be across 15A. And the planned density with house grouped together, some on 50-foot lots, is totally out of character for the neighborhood. Many of the residents of the surrounding properties, including myself, purchased our properties because of the peace, quiet, and privacy provided by our acreage. The English Oaks development threatens all of these and makes existing housing less desirable and therefore is likely to reduce our property values. It is for these reasons that I ask the planning board not to recommend the zoning change to planned urban development that would permit the English Oaks development, but that the zoning remain A2, which is described as, this classification is to preserve and protect rural areas of the county that have some agricultural value, but which are also suitable for rural estate living. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right. We don't. I'm going to ask legal, can we continue on without a quorum on even though they're in the building?
No, we cannot. We need to wait for them to return.
Okay. Okay. Our next speaker will be Ms. Lynn Peterson.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Peterson. I live at 1193 Private Road, the land. I'm here today to express my dismay and objection to all the high-density, treeless, rapid development that's occurring in the land in particular, but all of Volusia County in general. The English Oaks proposal of 211 houses on 85 acres is of grave concern to me and all of my neighbors who aren't here today because this came up so much more rapidly than we expected. There might have been 20 to 40 more people here to want to lodge their discontent with this to you. Those neighbors lie on the north side, on the west side, and those on the south side of this proposal. I'm going to take issue with Mr. Watts that the surrounding area is compatible. I don't know what the description or the definition of surrounding is. But of course, if we go south and way north and way west, you can encompass all those places he was talking about. I am talking about the people who live right adjacent to this property and the impact of it. The field must be first rezoned with a PUD variance from A2 because the high-density proposal is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. This proposal flies in the face of that plan. I'm losing sleep over the impending noise of 3 years of construction, and then the noise from 211 homes, cars, motorcycles, dogs, music, and more. I also believe there will be a huge need for police and emergency vehicles when so many people are living in such a small space. When you do the calculation on the most dense part of that, the 72 homes in a third of a mile and 240 feet wide, it's 7 houses per acre. Your responsibility to the comprehensive plan is in writing, and it's clear to me, and it feels so wrong to so many of us in the land that all of these high-density housing developments are being approved. We don't want it. We want to preserve our city and our county as a more rural area. Please don't turn it into a bedroom community for Orlando or into Orlando itself. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, our next speaker is Ms. Stuslav. And if I could get your name and address for the record, ma'am.
My name is Susan Steislav. Oh, that's okay. I'm at 3200 Oakley Drive. My property butts up to the what used to be the cow pasture. I am against this development on 2 fronts. I'm concerned with flooding. We are lower than where these homes are going to be. I saw it after, we've all seen it after Ian, the flooding that has gone out in New Smyrna. Never flooded before, but they've got all these developments and all the rain has no place to go when we get that 10, 12 inches after a hurricane. That's one of my big concerns. And my other one is the infrastructure. It's not there. Spring Garden cannot handle 400 plus cars coming out onto the road. And that's what it would be if there's a couple hundred homes. I imagine 2 vehicles per house. It's a parking lot at times now after the Addison's Landing development. And this will only add to it. So those are the 2 reasons I am totally against it. Flooding being the number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, our next speaker will be Miss Debbie Milford.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Debbie Milford, and I live on 1471 Tall Oaks Road. And I've lived in this community for 23 years. And I wanted to come today to you with lots of statistics about water consumption and deforestation and destruction of animal and plant habitat and accidents on 15A and 17. and so on and so forth. But eventually, I just figured out that this is really personal to me and to my neighbors. And by the way, there are probably a lot of people right now on their way here because the community was told that the meeting probably for them wouldn't happen until about 1 o'clock. They're on their way. So I'm just telling you, there were 75 people that met with Mark Watts. This community is very, very concerned. Anyway, I just wanted to go on about, what we enjoy there. We enjoy horseback riding, bird watching, long walks, and so on. I just am pleading with you to please, please leave this community at 5-acre lots, maybe 2.5-acre lots. We all understand in our neighborhood that it is eventually going to be developed. We want it consistent with a surrounding neighborhood that touches that community that we love so much. So please vote against this. Please do not allow it to be developed, and keep it at 5 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Stanley Wickett.
Hi. Hi, I'm Stanley Wickett. I live at 2800 Frenton Place, DeLand. And I speak for at least a large number of the residents of Brandywine subdivision. I'm the president of the HOA there. And I'd like to speak to two issues. One is, in general, is the density of this project. And the taxing of the county services and structures that it will bring. For us, particularly in Brandywine subdivision, we are also concerned about a traffic problem. The main road through our subdivision is Brandywine Road. It's 1.25 miles long, and it runs from 17 over to 15A. And it kind of winds and rolls through the neighborhood, and as a consequence, creates a lot of blind spot for drivers. We enjoy walking in our neighborhood. People walk their dogs, bicycling, and enjoying the nature in our neighborhood. And we do not have sidewalks along Brandywine Road. And Brandywine Road is a county road, so we have some limitations as to what we are able to do to control the speed of traffic through there. And I have heard reports of cars traveling up to 60 miles an hour along Brandywine Road through our subdivision. In the last 4 or 5 months, we've had 2 traffic accidents within our subdivision. One driver, in fact, turned their car over on its side because they were going so fast, and another just ran off the road and hit a concrete light pole and broke it off. And being out on our streets can be a little bit dangerous. Those are the 2 issues that I wanted to speak to, and if this were approved, we would need some help. We get a lot of cut-through traffic from back and forth from 17A to 15 and 15A to 17, and that's non-residential traffic. And I don't quite understand that, but that's what we get. And so we need, if this were approved, we need some way to, or some help getting some control over that traffic and the speeds traveled through there and that sort of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Costa has a question.
You have 2 questions for you. Number one, you said you were the HOA president for Brandywines?
Yes.
Average lot size there is?
I would have to say around a half acre.
About a half acre per lot?
Yeah, or quarter to half.
Quarter to half, okay. And then secondly, I just want to clarify, are you in support or against this project?
On the basis of its density, I'm opposed to it.
Opposed to it, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gary Mosley.
Afternoon, Gary Mosley. My address is 3201 Oak Harbor Court. I come today to voice my opinion against this project as it's been presented to us. I would like to make an addition to the statement of staff made that at the Hampton Inn that there were 70 so people that were there. I was there, and that was at least 70 people, and I observed another 10 people that poked their head into the little standing room only room that they had, and they said, well, there's nowhere to sit, and they took off. So the number would be much higher than that, so I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. I was there. My main concern today is when all these homes were built, we're going to have termite. We're all on wells. They're going to have termite treatments for every one of these foundations. We're talking about a couple thousand gallons within a 2 or 3 year period that are going to be dumped. And everybody on well, they're going to be on city water. So that's a big concern for us. I don't like chlorinated water. I live in a rural community because I like well water. So it's a big, big deal to us. I don't want to be put on city water. If the county offered it to me for free, I still don't want it. So that's something you can't undo once these chemicals are sprayed. In addition to that, we have the homeowners that are going to be putting chemicals, runoff from their vehicles. They're going to be on city water. So whatever they do in this 85 acres, it's going to affect everybody around them, but not them. So I want the panel here to take that in consideration, that it's going to have a really, really big impact on our wells. And secondly, or in addition to that, with the economy going the way it is, my fear is they'll start this project and it will end up in one of those that you've seen. Every adult's seen this, anybody over 40, a project that started and then it did not end. I have 800 feet approximately, and I'm on the back end of all of this. It's a beautiful scene now, but I can imagine, piles of bricks and shingles, and it just ends. So if you guys could make sure that if it starts, it finishes, that would be an awesome thing, because I would really hate for that to happen. And don't let the thinly veiled threat of July 1st, oh, well, we have a new law coming. That sounded like a threat. That's going against your authority. Don't let that impact. And if we can wait another year, the economy might take care of this. They might say, this is undoable. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Normally I don't do this, but I would like to take a 30-minute recess for the people that are on their way to actually get here, and if that's okay with the members of the commission here to do that. I know we've moved along quite quickly this morning, and obviously I know we weren't anticipating being this at this time. So that's up to you guys what you want to do here. Yeah. I do want to give everyone an opportunity to make their statements, and but that's where I'm at on that. If you guys are okay with that, okay with that? Okay, we're going to take a 30-minute recess to give you people the opportunity to get here. I don't want. Okay. 30 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to be calling back into order in about the next 5 minutes. If anybody has any more of these yellow or the long white paper sheets for the request to submit public participation, if you'll bring them up to me before we call into order, and we will get you all called accordingly. Thank you.
There we go. We're going to continue on with our meeting today, and we do have some more public participation forms. So I'll start out with Ms. Sharon Phillips. And then I'm going to have after that Ms. I think it's Whitney Bowen. And then we'll have Ms. Seth Haynes.
From here?
Yeah, they're here.
Oh.
Is Ms. Phillips here? Okay. Let's go with Ms. Whitney Bone. Hi. If I could get your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name's Whitney Bone, and I live at 1125 Private Road.
Is the mic on? It is? Okay.
Your mic's on, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Your mic?
Or maybe, yeah, just
I'm
talk
sorry,
into
I
it.
don't mean to interrupt. If in the audience, if we could have no talking, please, so that way we can pick up whoever's speaking and presenting. Thank you very much.
You just need me to be closer?
Thank
That
you.
sounds better. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us all the opportunity to speak today. Much like my neighbors that are slowly trickling in here, we all feel very strongly that this development not be approved as is currently proposed. I purchased my property almost exactly a year ago. I moved here with my fiance, Rob, who's here. I speak on behalf of both of us, from Orlando, where we are both owners of successful businesses, and we both lived there previously for 20 years. We bought our current home and our current property because we desired to get out of Orlando in the face of all the development that had already occurred there. We were seeking privacy, we were seeking peace. We were seeking a property that is 3.5 acres and is actually the smallest property on our little dirt road, because we knew we had neighbors who also enjoyed and wanted the same goals in terms of peace and privacy from their other neighbors. We've loved it here. We love Volusia County. We consider this home now. We're thinking of expanding our businesses to come to Volusia County. But we were incredibly crestfallen when we found out about this proposed development, specifically because not only are we concerned about the loss of privacy, but we're concerned about the impact on our water supply. We're all in wells, and with this current proposal for 211 homes, never mind what we fear in terms of the chemicals that are involved in the materials involved in the development of these homes. But we're also concerned about the potential runoff in the future. Well, it's not potential. What will be the runoff in the future produced by this amount of residents in this small of a space that's really only about 100 yards from where my well is located, as well as those of my neighbors. I'm extremely concerned, like my neighbors, that I don't want to be on city water. However, I also don't want to be placed in a position where I'm constantly living in fear of having cancer or some other terminal illness because these chemicals are seeping into my water supply. I don't want to bear the expense of being on city water. I don't want to be on city water at all. And I know my neighbors feel very strongly about that, and so do I. But I don't want to live in a way where I'm concerned that I'm going to get sick, or I'm going to have to bear the expense of being on city water, or even that the taxpayers of this county would bear that expense. The developer has not accounted for that in their proposal, and I have extreme concerns about that. Again, don't want to be on city water, but don't want to bear the expense, and I don't think the taxpayers should bear the expense should this sort of development be approved. I'm just asking, like everybody else, that the county put the interests of the taxpayers and the citizens of the county and this neighborhood above the pecuniary interests of the developer and the landowner, who does have a right to sell her land and to get top value for it. But I'm asking that be balanced with the very compelling, overwhelming interests of the residents of this county that already live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tom Seaford? Can I get your name and address for the record, sir?
Tom Seafried, 3201 Oakley Drive, DeLand, Florida.
All right, sir. Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having this meeting today. So where I live is originally part of this property that's actually being divided up as we speak. It was a 100-acre tract, and I know that it was a settlement between a husband and wife, and she wanted to downsize those properties to something smaller than 5 acres and wasn't allowed to, so she stuck with a 5-acre rule and sold them. All those properties had gotten sold. I do like living out there, and it is very peaceful. This property butts right up to the back of my property, and I could tell from the elevation from my home that this property is considerably higher than where my home sits, along with some other homes here. And I got great concern with that, with the amount of impact that they want to put in there and the amount of homes. I'm sympathetic with the last speaker here, and I kind of echo the sentiment. However, I have other concerns as well. In addition to the 211 homes, you're gonna see 600 vehicles on average, probably entering and exiting that subdivision daily. We certainly can't even support the traffic we have now and don't have the infrastructure to reroute it in any other way. I am concerned about that. It takes me approximately 25 minutes to get to the interstate as it stands now because of the amount of traffic we have. And then I see New York Avenue and the truck route backed up all the way Minnesota, or not Minnesota, I think, yeah, that's Minnesota, and even further back. So, and this is on a daily basis. So this is going to impact a lot more than just that. You know, DeLand, I've lived here and went to high school here, and I work for a major utility company here, and got a lot of respect for a lot of people here on this council. Don't know really anybody personally that I'd speak to on a regular basis, however. But I know the people, I know the personalities, and they're kind of in line with personalities that I seek. This town here is, there's reasons why we don't have Outback in this town, because we like it the way it is. We don't, anything that's gone, we got a Chili's, but it's on the outskirts of the city limits. We don't let the big corporations come in and mess with the downtown exterior of the property and things like that, because we like the home type atmosphere. My proposal would be, you know, growth is inevitable, but if you have to do something, try to keep it with agriculture in mind, where the property sizes are that would fit that. You go anywhere that's got property like that and it's scarce, and it's probably more valuable than what we've got here, less impact on traffic. And I think overall it would make people a lot happier. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth Haynes. Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing us to speak and taking a recess so we could speak. We appreciate that a lot. My name is Seth Haynes. I currently live in a 2245 Litchfield Loop, which is in one of the developments that they just built over by the hospital. We're building our home on private road. I grew up here, went to high school here, and then after high school I joined the Coast Guard, did 22 years in the Coast Guard, and we retired here and bought our property because we loved where we grew up. We love the feel, the small town feel, we love the nature, we love the space. And then, you know, we brought our son with us. Our son is 9 years old. He currently goes to Citrus Grove, where this is zoned for. Citrus Grove is currently listed as overcapacity. So adding 200 homes with that many families, you're going to take a school that's already overcapacity and put more kids in there. That's one of my concerns. The other one of my concerns, in addition to what my neighbors have said, is you see the two roads that are north and south on this development. Those don't go to 15A. I'm not sure how those are going to come out. I know that one of those would potentially come across my property, so I'm not sure how I would be having to provide property for a for-profit organization. So that's what I have to add. I am against this development, and I would love, you know, growth is inevitable. I would love to see houses there, but not to that size. I think that it should go the same size as a lot of the other places around the neighborhood, you know, 5 acres, something like that. I think that would keep with the plan of the land and not turn us into something like Orlando. So thank you for your time very much.
Thank you. Miss April McMahon.
Hi there. Thanks
Name
for
and address for the record.
My name is April McMahon. I live at 1690 Tall Oaks Road, DeLand, Florida. And thank you for taking the recess so we could all speak. Glenwood has evolved through the decades as a rural community. The county commissioners, in their wisdom, have slated tens of thousands of acres for high-density development, mostly along the I-4 corridor. This is very wise because commuters will not clog up the local roads and overburden local infrastructure. This particular property is not in the high-density planned area. Glenwood, including this property, is slated to remain a rural community by virtue of this commission's zoning designation and comprehensive land use plan. We, as neighbors in Glenwood, understand that from time to time, the commission may change zoning to accommodate the needs or wishes of a property owner. In the event this property is rezoned, the comprehensive plan is clear
that the density may be higher than 5 acres as it's currently zoned, but, and I quote the comp plan, not less than 1 acre. We, as citizens of Volusia County and Glenwood neighbors, salute the county commissioners for their great work in preserving a rural community, which is worth preserving. Please do not undo your great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carrie Clements?
Hello, I'm Carrie Clements at 1155 Private Road. We bought our property 12 years ago to move away from development. We came from Winter Park and went into Deltona and now in DeLand. It's very peaceful, it's tranquility, it's very quaint, and so I am very against this development. It would change the whole layout of the area, not for the better. And I agree with my neighbors. All of their concerns are valid, and we all have the same concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Fontana?
Hello, I'm Donna Fontana, 3445 Timberlane Drive, DeLand, Florida. And we come to you today, the people that elected you as our officials, to protect us and to preserve our way of life. And that's what we're asking for today. Because we understand, like everyone has said, that progress and development is going to happen. However, it doesn't have to happen at the expense of the homeowners and the landowners that surround the property that it's happening at. So what we're asking is that you deny this request as it is written, and we understand that you can look at, as April had talked, the different sizes that it's currently set for the land use of that property. So at the very least, we request that you change it to 1 acre lot, which there's plenty of money for the correct developer to make luxury homes in there and be able to make a lot of money on it without, you know, impacting us as much as this would be. This will help the maintain the way of the majestic beauty of DeLand that we all have moved here. I built my home here 12 years ago from the Tampa Bay area to escape what's going on now. This developer built a huge development by Walmart. We didn't want to live by Walmart. And so that's what we're asking you, is to please maintain what the current land use is. And we ask you that as our representatives. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hold on just a moment, ma'am. Mr. Costa?
I do have a question for you, because you said something that grabbed my attention. You would be okay if they redid this plan as 1 acre lots?
I would be. I don't know that everyone here would.
I know.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just speaking with, yeah.
Because I understand. I've worked in governmental at a small level, and I understand the progress is going to happen.
Okay.
But 1 acre lots is something that is much more.
Would be palatable to you.
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stephen DeCamp? And then I'll have Angela Snyder after them.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Stephen DeCamp. I live at 3225 Oak Arbor Court. I think I may be one of the more intensely impacted neighbors, because this literally will kitty corner 320 feet up against my 5 acre tract. The back of my 5 acre tract is a 2 acre horse pasture, and we do have a 20-year-old horse that lives out there. Our property is divided from the proposed property by a 4-foot red top wire fence. That's it. I had the letter that I had submitted into the county council, and I was going to try to read some of it, but I realize that clock is ticking, so I'm not going to quite go that far. I'll just try to paraphrase. My wife and I moved down to Florida after honeymooning in 1987. We saved for years and bought our first home in Deltona. Deltona, unfortunately, in the pursuing years, got a county council started handing out building permits like playing cards, and the town was overwhelmed versus its infrastructure. I know they've made attempts to address it, but what used to be a 10-minute ride from my home to I-4, it came close to a 25-minute ride with the stop signs, lights, traffic, many times not even making it through the light. In any case, my concern isn't about that. When my wife and I decided in 2005 that it was time to move, we started saving again. We did everything right. We sacrificed vacations. I've never owned a new car in my life, okay? We did everything right to save up a down payment for a house that was pretty much kind of outside of our comfort zone, but we went for it because it was ideal. We live on dead-end roads. All the neighbors wave to each other. I'm in the Tall Oaks portion of this whole thing. And I did bring a visual, and I hope you don't mind. Basically, that's my home. And currently, I'm very sorry. The property would line up against my home, I'm sorry, at about like that. So this would be the property.
Okay, if you want that to be part of the record, you're gonna have to submit it to.
Thank you.
Ms.
Again,
Tucker to
forgive
my
me,
left,
I don't
and
know how this works.
You're not gonna get it back.
I'm happy to do it. Essentially, I'm gonna have 320 feet right up against me. I don't know how many backyards that will be, because this is the best drawing I've seen yet. I've never seen this drawing here. So I'm assuming 20, maybe backyards will be looking at us as a 5-acre property, as they're on these small little properties without a pool. Then my poor neighbors to just the south of me have, I believe, 1,000-foot of red wire, 4-top wire fence, and I can't even imagine how many backyards they're going to be looking at. This is a disaster for us and our property values. This was my retirement plan. This investment my wife and I made was for retirement, and I feel this is going to ruin it. And lastly, crime. I think crime is going to be an issue. That was another thing I moved away from when I left Deltona. I've gone over time. I'm sorry. I thank you all, and I very much disagree.
Thank you, sir. Angela Snyder. Is Ms. Snyder here? Oh, okay. Good morning, ma'am. Could I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Angela Schneider. I live at 1699 Tall Oaks Road, which is the dead end of the road. And we have lived there since 1983. So we're longtime residents, and our neighborhood has changed, all for the better. And I would desperately hate to see it go the other direction, which undoubtedly it will. You cannot possibly put all this development into an area where peace and quiet exists, which no longer will. It will just reverse itself into whatever. There is concern on my part, great concern, for a number of things. Number one, traffic, the congestion, the noise. Where will our water come from? Will it be city water, which we despise? We hate chlorination. The sewer system, the chemical runoff, the schools, wildlife. This is a big thing with me. We have wonderful life. We have deer, foxes, et cetera, which come through on a daily basis. That will be erased. And why change our lifestyle in order for someone to make a great big profit on little bitty lots, which are completely contrary to what was proposed? These were supposed to be 5-acre pieces, and here we go. I would greatly appreciate if a negative view on your part would exist and deny this property change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Elizabeth DeCamp. If I can get your name and address for the record,
Good
please.
afternoon. Yes, my name is Elizabeth DeCamp, and I currently live at 3225 Oak Arbor Court in D-Land. I grew up in the Boston area, ran away from that because it was overcrowded, overdeveloped, lots of crime. Went to Deltona, Florida, found a quiet neighborhood, a cozy house. It became incorporated, was dealing with all the same stuff again. Ran away to DeLand, finally found my forever home. When I got with the realtor, I wanted to know about the surrounding area before we purchased this area. She assured us it was A2 zoning. That was awesome. I'm thinking I'm not going to have to worry about overcrowding. I'm not going to have to worry about crime. I'm not going to have to worry about traffic. I just want to remind everybody what A2 rural agricultural stands for, and this classification is to preserve and protect rural areas of the county that have some agricultural value, but which are also suitable for rural estate. And this is a minimum 5 acre per lot rule. This was assurance to me that I don't have to worry about it. I've been there for 13 years. I have invested my whole life into this place. Property taxes alone, I've paid in excess of $68,000. All of this for to be told that 211 homes are going to be in my backyard. I mean, not just in the neighborhood, this is my backyard. My horse, I mean, everything I own is going to be subject to how many people, how much noise. I mean, this is really, really just disappointing. I'm sick to my stomach over it. I truly just respectfully request that you deny this proposal for all of us. I mean, everybody feels that way.
Let's keep the applause down, please.
I really, that's kind of everything in a nutshell. I submitted a letter with a lot more detail, but I think I've made my point, and thank you so much for your time. I sure do appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. J.T. Boland. And then we'll have Patty Clayson. Good morning, sir. If I can get your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is J.T. Boland. I live at 1625 Tall Oaks Road.
All right, sir.
Been living there 21 years. My nearest neighbor, probably 100 feet away. Most of my neighbors are hundreds of feet away. We realize that development sometimes is irresistible. The tax consideration, this property probably pays around $10,000 taxes now. 200 homes in there at $2,000 a home, be $400,000. We know that that's very attractive to the county and to our good politicians. But we would like for you to consider us. We're voters, we have an interest. We like where we're living, and we feel like that if you all approve this development in our neighborhood, that all of that consideration and profit and money really is going to come out of our hides in devaluation, not as attractive living. So we ask you from the bottom of our hearts to consider something else if you have to consider something. Something like, I guess we would go for 1 acre lot, but we prefer lots the size that we already have in the neighborhood, and I think that my lot is 1.5 acres. So we ask you from the bottom of our hearts to listen to our plea. We're voters, we're citizens, we live in DeLand, we live in Volusia County, and we would like to be considered in your considerations of this project.
Thank you, sir. Patty Clayson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is, well, I might as well say my full name, Patricia Ann Clausen. I live at 1669 Tall Oaks Road, DeLand, Florida. I was born and raised in Fish Memorial Hospital in DeLand, Florida. I was the third baby born there. And Stoney and Mr. Mills, we grew up in the same era. in DeLand. And we're definitely, truly DeLand people. We moved out on Tall Oaks Road when it was a dirt road. And that was in 1986. We have seen a lot of changes, and we just do not like the one that is presented to us right now. It would change, totally change everything that we move, all of us, every single one of us, moved out there for. Everything. We do have the wildlife. We do have deer. We have beautiful area. We have horses. I have had horses. Right now they're underground, but that's okay. They lived a good long life. But we thank you so much, because this is also a difficult thing for you to have to try and figure out what is the best thing to do. I was out on the road, on Tall Oaks Road, when Hiram Wright wanted to put 3 DeLand wells in. They dug down to 600 feet and found fresh water on Tall Oaks Road. And they dug down 640 feet and found brackish water. Now, the 210 acres that Dr. Ramirez owned, he got a divorce. He wasn't supposed to, but he did. And so he gave his wife, in a settlement, the back 110 acres. Okay? They have done a great job in subdividing that and making that 5-acre lots, and it's still agriculture. All we're asking is that you keep it the way it is for 5 acres or 2, at the least 2.5 acres. But please don't destroy something that has been so awesome for so long. Thank you so much. And it's good to see you guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Sharon Phillips. And then we're gonna have Erica Oaksmith.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Sharon Phillips. I live at 3383 Whale Roost Drive in DeLand, which is off of Tall Oaks Road. I've lived there since 1999, and it is an awesome place to live. I'll share this. I worked for the sheriff's office, and so I checked out the crime in that area. There was no crime in that area. This will bring crime. The only thing that has ever happened out there, to my knowledge, and I was one of the victims, there was a guy that broke into sheds. Well, yeah, he was a dumb criminal, put the stuff in the little wooded area. The cops knew, they found it, and just waited for him. So that's the only really thing that I know of that's happened out there. I want to say I concur with everything that everyone has said. I worry about the water, I worry about the traffic, I worry about the crime. Just down the road where they just built that Addison Landings, which happens to be my maiden name, I'm already seeing price reduced, and blue tarps on the roof. So, you know, shoddy building, whatever. But this would just change the whole neighborhood. I live on a 1.25 acre parcel. That is one of the smallest parcels out there. It's 1.25, 1.5, 2.5, and that area over there is 5 acres. And we're just asking that you keep the culture of the land there like that. So I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Erica Oaksmith. If I can get your name and address for the record?
Yes, thank you. My name's Erica Hoaksmith. I live at 1176 Tall Oaks Road, and I've been there for about 7 years. To us, it's a perfect neighborhood. We moved here from very busy Naples, so we enjoy DeLand. It's wooded, it's quiet, it has a lot of wildlife. You've heard all of my neighbors saying that, and we don't want that part to change. I'm the second house in, and I've had deer and bear and turkey in my yard. That's pretty cool for being as close to the highway as I am. I am concerned about English oaks, of course, as everyone else is here. Runoff with all of the homes that are coming in or proposed. I'm concerned about the herbicides, because where you have homes, you're going to have lawns. And I'm certain they're going to have some kind of an HOA or some kind of rule with that. So chemical runoff, it's Florida, we have termites, we're going to have pesticide runoff, and we're all on well, all of us. And I'm very concerned about that. Traffic control is another issue. Being the second one in, I hear a lot more traffic where I'm at, and when I go for walks, sometimes people will come in and they'll turn around. That happens, they get lost. I noticed when this parcel had some events going on that there was a lot of traffic issues, whether it was impatience or not quite sure how to get in and form a line properly. Sometimes people get excited. That was an issue. And if you're talking the number of homes, a lot of people have 2 vehicles, not just single people, but you're talking families. So double that number of homes with traffic that's coming in and out, especially at key times of the day and evening, that's going to cause an issue, and that concerns me, along with the impact on our wildlife and some of the other things like our taxes and other things that my neighbors have said, like, are we going to be annexed into the city limits? Will we be required to hook on to city utilities? And my time's about up, so I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ms. Kathy Cerudis, and I hope I didn't really mess that up that bad. Okay. And our next, after Ms. Cerudis, will be Brent Doherty.
I'm Kathy Rudis, and I live at 2890 Green Mountain Road. I'm in Brandywine, and we are also very concerned about noise, traffic, and we are also concerned about flooding, because Brandywine is much lower than this proposed community, and we're concerned about water runoff, pesticide runoff I hadn't thought of, but that makes sense. So I do appreciate your holding this hearing and listening to what the public wants you to know, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Brent Doherty. Name and address for the record, please.
Brent Doherty, 3235 Oak Arbor Court. I've lived in Glenwood my whole life, and me and my wife bought our house in January of 15. And it doesn't sit right on the border of this piece of property, but it's right kind of catty-corner to it, so I'm looking directly at it. Sorry. And I mean, it's a beautiful 5-acre tract we bought. We've done many improvements to our property, including like fencing, barns, outpost buildings. It's a very quiet neighborhood, dark at night where you can see every star in the sky. It's also full of wonderful neighbors, everybody in this room. And everybody's got a lot of money tied up in their property and parcels out here. And as you can tell, I mean, this is just, I mean, nobody out here wants to see this happen. It's, I've lived in the land, like I said, my whole life. Hate to see the changes with all the new subdivisions being built. I mean, in my opinion, it's destroying everything around here. I mean, we all moved here, well, way back when, and some folks more current. But everybody moves here because they like the little small quaintness of the land. And us out there, I mean, it's very rural, very, as you guys, I'm sure everybody in this room's probably went out there and looked at this, hopefully, just to see what we are all kind of concerned about. And I mean, it's just putting 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag right now as you look around. Even my commute to work, what used to take 15 minutes, now it's 30 to 45. I mean, 15A, that 44 is backed up like Orlando in the mornings and the afternoons. I'm sure you've all driven through. Everybody in this room should have. But I just, I really disagree with what's going on here. I mean, if I wanted to live in Orlando, I would have moved there a long time ago. This is what it's starting to feel like. And it's just, it's highly aggravating. And I hope that we can all, you guys can just kind of find your moral compass and come to an agreement that this, as this is drawn, should not happen. I respectfully disagree with the folks that said 1 acre parcels. I disagree with that. I mean, I would love to keep it at 5 because we moved there for that reason. I mean, my wife's got horses, which a lot of people in this room do as well. Horses don't like noise. They don't like neighborhoods. Horses aren't built for this type of neighborhood. We're already there. This ain't there yet. So I mean, how does this work? This blows my mind. And like a couple other people have said, I mean, I'm sick to my stomach looking at this as well. So that's all I got. I appreciate y'all's time, and I hope you totally go against this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wayne Petrovich and Jacqueline? Good morning, sir. Can I get, good afternoon. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Wayne Petrovich. My wife and I live at 1185 Private Road, which borders the southern boundary of the proposed development of English Oaks. My family, as well as many families in the neighborhood, have concerns regarding the current proposal to develop English Oaks. At a recent meeting with the developer and their attorney, we spoke of our concerns and were not pleased with their answers. So we come here today so you can hear from many of my neighbors on the following concerns, which a lot of them you already have: loss of privacy, increased traffic, lighting and noise pollution, governmental concerns involving taxes, loss of property value, schools, impact on the environment, impact on the ecology and wildlife. For my wife and I, we have two major concerns. As of this date, all of the property surrounding English Oaks is zoned rural or agricultural land. My wife and I, as well as our neighbors, moved to this area for that reason, to be in nature and escape the noise and pollution of the city. The purpose of high-density housing is out of the surrounding neighborhood, charm and characteristics that we learned to love, and is totally against the principles set forth in Volusia County's comprehensive plan, which specifies priorities for rural development that include encouragement of agriculture and protection of the environment. Item 2, we have a natural spring and small creek that runs north to south. What guarantees can the developer and the county give us that this northern flow from the development will not interrupt or pollute our water? Especially with the retention pond running the full length of our property, containing all the pollutant runoff from pesticides and road use. And lastly, it was pointed out to me that several years ago, I think it was 2016, a sinkhole opened up on 15A. And what massive development such as this, how's that going to affect other sinkholes or this sinkhole to reoccur? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we don't have any other public participation forums. Is there anyone that'd like to speak? Pardon me? Okay, I was fixing to ask, is there anyone else that would like to speak to this case? Okay, come on forward, state your name and address, and then when you're done speaking, if you can go over to Ms. Tucker, she has a form to fill out for me, please, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Pam Risen. I live off of Tall Oaks on Quail Roost, 3340 Quail Roost Drive. I'm about a half mile off of Spring Garden Road.
Okay, I need your actual address for the record.
3340
okay,
Quail Roost.
Thank you.
Anyhow, the noise right now in the morning, if you have your windows open, because we're having cool weather, the noise from Spring Garden is bad now. It drowns out the birds in the morning. That's how bad, and we're a half mile. We're also a half mile from the road that goes to DeLeon Springs, so we're kind of in a corner. We get the noise from both. You're going to add over 200 houses in this area that they're going to have at least 2 cars per house. Some will have more, some will have less. It'll probably average out to 2. That's ridiculous for this area. The noise is already bad. DeLeon Springs is developing theirs over there, so we're going to get more from that too. This is your local paper from about 3 weeks ago where they're talking about an elementary school putting in agricultural stuff. You're taking agricultural land and wanting to put in doorknobs. I understand that the land should be used, but it shouldn't be redeveloped into smaller plots like this. It should stay at least at the 5 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that'd like to speak to this case? You just come forward. Anyone else, whoever else is here that'd like to speak to this case that hasn't filled out a form, if you would come forward and we'll go ahead and listen to you. And then once you're spoken, if you'll give your forms over there to Miss Tucker. And right here in front of these microphones right in front of me. If you'll just state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Kathy Rodenberg. I live at 3320 Morning Dove Drive.
Okay.
We looked and looked and looked and found our place, our acreage, Morning Dove Drive. We built a house. We built a nice barn. We built friendships with neighbors and the property. And I understand somebody wanting to make some money on their property, but this is crazy. You know, we love where we are. We fell in love with where we are. It's a great place to live, and this is all going to just change it. It's going to change everything. All of our dead-end streets are quiet, and it's very sad. That's why I'm here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, you'd like to speak?
Where do I put-
Yeah, right over there to Miss Tucker to my left, to your right.
Hi,
Good
my name
afternoon,
is
Mr.
Mike Flanders, and I live at 3333 Quail Roost.
Uh-huh.
And we just moved here about a year ago. And that's all I can say. We loved that place because it was quiet. You have relative, you heard the traffic things, we can hear some of that. But we loved it because it was quiet, it was away from a lot of people, and we were just thankful. And then we didn't hear about this at all until just recently. So I'm just throwing that out to you guys. We came from a very noisy place, and California, sorry. But we love the rural area, and this is exactly what we were looking for. And when we got there, it was a big relief, and then now we have this. So just take it into consideration. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Diane Melvin, and I lived at 1250 Private Road, and my property is currently zoned rural residential. We have animals, we love our animals, and we love the environment there, as you've already heard from everybody that lives in that neighborhood pretty much lives there because they love that same type of environment. So my concerns are as everyone mentioned, but I'm also very worried about the pesticides. The developer talked about xeriscaping. Xeriscaping, that's all about water. You cannot control what people use on their property. That doesn't mean that people are not going to load it up with pesticides, herbicides, very small parts per billion can affect the health of cancer and different serious illnesses upon a person from these types of chemicals that are used. Also, I am concerned about the integrity of the land being disturbed for sinkholes. That was a massive sinkhole that shut down 15A a few years back, and so I'm worried about the disturbance of that land, and if too much of it is developed, will that open up problems for everybody? The flow of the water comes out through my neighbor's property from that spring that's way up on Spring Garden. It runs underneath there, comes out into their property. When that sinkhole happened, that water was cut off. It didn't flow anymore. It took years for that to redirect and now currently flow onto their property again. So this is a real fact that could be disturbing the land and the total flow of the ecosystem there. So I'm really concerned about that. Of course, I'm concerned about getting out of private road because this is above us. So that means everything is going to be coming at us when we're trying to get out of our little dirt road over there. So the traffic is an impact for sure. And then the integrity of the feel of the properties there. It's just currently the way it's proposed. It's not built to fit into the whole dynamics of what is currently developed there. You have large homes on large properties there. I mean, so you have small homes too, but they're all on large properties there. It just doesn't fit within the aesthetics of what is currently there. And we would like to we are not against development. We are against rezoning and just wanting to keep the beautification and the feeling of our neighborhood intact, and have it developed as little ranchettes or as its current zoning right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We did have a lady come in. I don't want to ignore you, but I think you're going to be the last one if you'd like to come up.
If the young lady that just spoke, will you come fill out a form, please?
Yeah, we need to get a form filled out. That was that baby I heard earlier. Good afternoon. I heard him a little earlier. If after you speak, if you'll just fill out a form and give it to Miss Tucker over there, okay? Could I get your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Sarah Brow Corrigan, and it's 3401 Morning Dove Drive, DeLand.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm here to kind of represent the young family that has chose to live in that neighborhood. My husband and I, picked the Tall Oaks neighborhood about 7 years ago to raise our family. The number one thing that stood out to us was the quaint feel, very little traffic, live at the end of a cul-de-sac so our children would not have to worry about all of the cars. So we've been really happy there. I am concerned about, number one, is the traffic. I do think it would change the landscape of the cars that are coming through, especially if there is going to be a through road off of Tall Oaks. I'm not sure if that has been updated as of yet, but we do spend a lot of time outdoors, and the cars would be my number one concern. The other thing that I would be concerned about is going to be the overcrowding in the schools, which is something that we're currently thinking about with, we're zoned for Citrus Grove, and it just feels like they've just put in this new subdivision about a mile up the way. If we add another 200 plus homes, my question is, where are all of these children going to go to school, because they're already overcrowded? So the traffic in the schools are up there with my concerns. Other than that, it would be the potential of losing our access to well water, having to get hooked up with the city. That was another thing that really stood out to us for living where we chose to live. I do think that there's also an element of people in my generation, I can't speak for everybody, but we're really leaning towards wanting some property. So the fact that we have an acre plus, that we have, you know, the woods around us is something that really spoke to us, and it speaks to a lot of people my age. I don't know, like, one of the reasons why we picked DeLand was because it has that quaint feel. So if we continue to build up DeLand, I'm afraid that we're kind of taking away from one of the major things that drives people here. So for me, that's kind of another concern is, are we taking away from what DeLand really means to people? It's what people really like. At least it is what we liked and what a lot of people my age are really wanting. So I would hope that you would consider the fact that DeLand really speaks to a lot of people because it isn't an overcrowded subdivision, full of subdivisions, that is. And perhaps if we are going to build there, we could keep things about an acre plus, or have some property for people, because I think that's really important. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Don't forget to fill out the form. Okay, we don't have any other public participation forms. I will remind the people that are here today that we as a board just send a recommendation to the county council, whether it be for denial or approval, and that it's very important that what you've said here today that you also say in the council meeting, because it means a lot to see the turnout that we've seen here today. So I just keep that in mind. I know it's a long day to spend and sit in the council chambers waiting to hear everything, but what we do is we do send a recommendation to the county council. We do not make the final decision. So just keep that in mind. Mr. Watts, I'm going to let you come back and do a rebuttal, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I do get to say good afternoon. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for the decorum. I know that this is an issue that creates a lot of passion on all sides. I think everybody has spoken very well to get their points across to you. And as I said in the very beginning of our discussion this morning, we're here because first and foremost, there's a policy question. And the application, that's in front of you with regard to the land use amendment is the way by which you ask this question. Have things changed to the extent where a change in the land use is justified? And so I just want to remind you of that comment going into this. We heard a number of things. I'm going to touch on them very briefly, and then I'm going to end just with the discussion of the overall density. So stormwater and pesticides, things of that nature, as you know, those are very strongly regulated with regard to how we design stormwater systems, how you deal with the sewer and the water systems. So as this project or any other development of the property moves forward, there's nothing that we are proposing or we would propose through zoning to change the fact that we have to make sure that we are not impacting the people around us with regard to things like stormwater. We're required by law to make sure that that is maintained on the site. That's a regulation that applies no matter what. Utilities and infrastructure, as I've mentioned before, from a utility standpoint, this isn't an area where there is central utilities. From a policy standpoint, the county and the state have all identified this area as a spring shed protection. So the pattern moving forward is going to be to encourage central water and sewer versus well and septic, just from a spring shed protection standpoint. Infrastructure such as schools, fire, EMS have all been mentioned. Again, as you know, there's a couple of things that apply no matter what, with regard to those things. We have concurrency requirements that have to be met no matter what. Even approving a project at this stage or at the zoning stage doesn't mean that you can go build it. You have to repeatedly check back in on the capacity of sewer and water, police, fire, roads, schools, to verify that capacity is there. We don't set those rules. We have to follow the rules set by the school board or by the state or by the the city with regard to the availability of those things. I do want to say one thing about, I Stan from Brandywine and I have had a couple other conversations on another neighborhood meeting we had in the Brandywine area, and I want to echo his comment about the county road that goes through Brandywine. As we were standing outside the old tennis club there, we saw a Corvette go through at 50 or 60 miles an hour on that residential street. They do need a safety. Again, that's not related to this, but I told them I was going to mention that for the record because I do think they have an issue there that hopefully somebody at the county can work on from here. Let me talk about roads in general. I get it. We all experience the change in roads and the change in congestion. I do want to just remind you that in this context, when we're looking at things of this nature, we have technical standards that we have to look at. We have adopted levels of service. And so, for example, on Spring Garden, the detail and the information that you have in your packets with regard to what is the current status of those roadways and what is the available capacity. You've got, for example, State Road 15A, Spring Garden Avenue from Glenwood Road to the project driveway has an overall capacity of 3,580 PM peak hour trips based on DOT's rating for that roadway, and it currently services 1,098. So while we experience delays, there's capacity on the road network. I'm saying that because whether it's this project or another, capacity is present. And one of the things that we do when we're steering growth is we look at where the capacity exists in the infrastructure system for that growth. And I just got about 2 more points, and I'll be done, I think. So I wanted to point those things out specifically so that we're looking at the metrics that we have to look at moving forward. I get and I understand the discussions that have been here today with regard to lot size and density. One of the things that I started out with was the map that showed there's really a broad variety. Your staff report focuses on the fact that everything around it is 5-acre lots. We heard from speakers today that had 2.46 acres, 5 acres, 0.95 acres, 0.41 acres, 4.5, 1.23, 3.5, 3.0, 6.9, 2.5, 9.3, 1.6, 1.134. So it's all over the place. And I think that what ultimately we need to recognize with regard to this property is 5 acres isn't the predominant lot pattern here. It ultimately ought to be something more intense than that, less than that. We heard a lot of folks talk about the fact that they moved here because of what it is. And I agree, as a community, we've got to preserve what it is. But we all have these people that are moving. I'm born and raised here. There's a lot of people in this room that were born and raised. We have to balance those things. We have to balance the growth that's coming from the people that see what we have and want to be a part of it, and the need to preserve that character and that quality of life as well. So I think from a land use perspective, the information that's in front of you shows that we actually do meet the criteria for you to consider recommendation of approval of the land use. Ultimately, with regard to the zoning, perhaps we need some tweaks. We've worked with staff and come up with a plan that, tries to transition between some of the densities and intensities based on what we know is around us. Whether it's this plan or another, I think ultimately, based on the things we've heard here today with regard to the people that are continuing to come to our area, this is going to be an area that ultimately will have development. So with that, I'm here for any questions you might have, and I appreciate all the time that not only you have given this issue, but everybody in the audience has given the issue as well.
Ma'am, we can't allow that. You'd have to address your question to the board, not directly to the applicant. And we pretty much closed the floor. We give you opportunity to ask any questions. Just keep that question in mind when you go to county council. Ask them. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you for your time today. I'm here for any questions.
Okay, thanks. Is there any question? Okay. Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open it up for commission discussion. Mr. Costa, you had something you'd like to say?
I do. I got a couple of things I'd like to say. I applaud the amount of people that come out here in the community that gets together and supports their neighborhoods and their neighbors. I'm also a believer that time changes things, including land uses. And my question to staff is this. could CPA be passed as a ULI and the PUD rejected, forcing them to, if they wanted to, come back and retool this as something other than a full 5 acres, like a 2.5 acre lots or 1 acre lots or a combination thereof? Or does one automatically, if you deny one, you deny, I mean, if you pass one, you have to pass the other? Are they married in that form? And the reason I ask that question is because you look on the maps, everything below it, which we have a lot of people here from private road, that's all ULI with an A2 zoning. So
ultimately, it's the commission's decision how they would like to proceed. The staff reviewed it, and we did not support the CPA. And we gave you the reasons why in our staff report. But to answer your question, you could go in either direction and approve it and then not approve the other one, or approve them together or deny them both. It's totally your recommendation.
Well, what I'm looking at is because this will be coming back again in a different shape or form. It's not just going to die here on the vine. And what I'm looking at is that if they can come back with somewhat kind of a homogeneous transition, the ULI is already in place. Now they only have to deal with the change of zoning and the change of site plan, because the ULI then, in my opinion, is consistent with everything to the south and everything to the other side of it, which is all basically, it's a ULI. These you have A2s down here, which the zoning would stay the same as A2, so it would be identical to what they have now. It'd still be at 5. So anything would require them to come in with either another PUD or a rezoning request to make it anything other than 5 acres. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's my question. Thank you.
As my fellow member here, I would like to remind you of something I said earlier to Mr. Woods with his ULI request, and that is that once the ULI goes into play, we are pretty much limited as far as, like he said, if I cross the T's and dot the I's, you can't deny me of what my request is. This ULI not letting it go forward just gives another tool that is following behind it. Because then what you're doing is you're getting one foot in the door, and with maybe not an option to get it back out. If we were to forward the CPA with a recommendation of approval. And if they're going to come back with a PUD, obviously the CPA could be duplicated when they brought it back to us.
And I respect your opinion.
Okay.
As I always have.
Okay. That's my concern, because when I heard that and the county attorney spoke and said I could not turn the project down for infrastructure, that I ultimately did it for compatibility. And that was my concern. And that's my concern about forwarding the CPA with a recommendation of approval, because it puts that one foot in the door. And that's where I'm at. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a couple of comments. One, noting that our comp plan has been in place since 1990. And that's a long time, and I'm not sure when we would be moving forward to actually look at the comp plan again. And I know that's a long process, but and my perspective on what's before us is that the CPA has been found inconsistent with the comp plan, and that I know the argument comes on the other side as well, but the fact that it has been held inconsistent in many points, I'd rather see those points hashed out in a different scenario to actually bring it, perhaps if those points are out of date, instead of arguing, well, this is how, or not arguing, discussing how, this is my interpretation of it and this is my interpretation. So I think it's always open for interpretation, but I'd like to see it closer together. So from that perspective, I will be voting against CPA.
Okay. Mr. Sixman, did you have a comment?
No, I think I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, I will say one thing, as I said earlier also, is when you look on one side of the economic development and you weigh out the quality of life, you have to take that in perspective. And by the amount of people that were here today, I have not heard one person say it is going to make their quality of life better or they're going to benefit from this. And so to me, that the quality of life outweighs the economic development by far. And so I'm not going to be able to support it either. So that's just where I'm at with it.
Excuse me, Chairman Mills, Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. I just wanted to clarify something that was said earlier. Per our ordinance 72-413B, we need a minimum of 4 votes to approve the CPA. So we have to have 4 votes. It's not a bare majority for this approval. It's a 4 vote at least minimum.
To approve or deny?
Yes. It's 4 for this one. Take action.
So you need a unanimous vote to shut this down.
Of the members that are here today, yes, you would need a unanimous vote today because you have 4 members today.
Okay. So
You make a motion.
I'm going to pass the gavel. I'm going to make a motion.
Why are you passing me the gavel?
Because I have to pass the gavel in order to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to continue this case until we have a better quorum on this board. Can I do that?
And I have a question.
I do not want to send this to council without with a no recommendation. And that's what we'd be doing if we voted now and it was a 3-1 vote.
You can continue matters if that's what the board wishes to do. I mean, that's your...
Can I ask a question for you?
Yes.
So if it's, 3-1 or either way, say if it was 3-1 to accept and or 3-1 to deny, you said either way, we have to have 4. So it would pass on with the fact that it was 3-1 did not pass and go to the commission in that regard, or the council, in that regard?
So if you were to do a 3-1 on denial, it would be a technical denial and still would go forward.
It'd still be a denial.
Okay,
It would still be a denial.
okay, that's what I wanted
Correct,
to hear.
but it would be a
Without a
technical because you didn't have the 4.
Because we didn't have the quorum.
Right.
Thank you. That was my
Without
clarification.
so it would go without a recommendation.
Right.
But a technical denial.
But a technical denial.
Correct.
How does that work?
Well, when the ordinance requires 4 for an approval, so if you do a motion and you don't have the 4 for the approval, then you do a motion for denial and your denial is still not 4, then you've taken action both positive and negative, so it would go forward as a technical.
And then also the point as well, though, with the council, on the, part of the reason is that we haven't had extra or additional.
We've only got 4 people on the board.
No, but we haven't.
I cover the code enforcement board, we have the same problem.
Yeah,
We
they
need 4 to
haven't
take
appointed
action,
other
and we're the
members.
same
So
vote.
I would think that the council would say, well, I haven't appointed my person, and they'd probably want to send it back to us anyway. With their nominee on here, I don't know.
I can't predict what the
Right, I know. None of us can.
Okay.
Well, otherwise, will we have to rehear this whole thing again?
Well, we
And
could,
all these people have to take off work to come back here again.
Take
Okay.
I think we should ask Mr. Watts, the applicant, also what his position
I
is.
think I will withdraw my motion. That was done the motion, no. I'd like to ask my fellow commissioner to reconsider, because I know where this is going, even if it were to get sent back. But we need to, I would prefer to send this with a recommendation of denial. And that's where I stand. So I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion KCPA 23003. I'm going to go along with staff recommendations of denial.
Second.
Yeah, I have a motion on the floor to find the future land use amendment inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and forward to application case number CPA 23003 to county council recommendation of denial from Mr. Sixma and a second from Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did I get an aye vote for you?
You didn't get an aye vote for me. You didn't get a no vote for me yet. I'm thinking still. This is coming back, so I'll vote with the motion to deny.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, now, as far as the PUD case, PUD 23-003, we need to make any discussion on that case.
I think we can just go right to a vote or make a motion, right?
Okay? Take a
Okay,
motion.
I'll make a motion. Case PUD-23003. Go with staff recommendations of denial.
Second.
I've got a motion by Mr. Sixma to forward the rezoning application number PUD 23003 to County Council for final action with recommendation of denial for PUD 23-003. And a second from Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is that unanimous?
Yep.
All right.
Applause, please.
Okay. I'm gonna let the room clear before we continue on.
Would you ask them to leave?
If I could get y'all to just hold the conversation down, we still have a meeting going on. And if I could get you to. I lost my thing. Thank you, sir, but
Still in
we got a
session.
meeting
We're
going.
still
We
in
still got a
session.
meeting going,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
bye.
Okay. Okay, we do have, well, I'm looking at what my agenda here, and we got other public items. Do we have any other public items?
No, sir.
Okay, we do have some staff items. If you want to go over those, Ms. Smith, the Joint City-County Coordinating Committee appointments.
Yes, sir. We do have a few items on staff items. The first, just to let you all know, we did distribute new comp plans and new zoning ordinances to the entire group because we have updated our ordinances recently and we've updated our comp plan. So you should have a fresh new binder in front of you, 2 fresh new binders in front of you.
Yes, thank you.
And just ask us if you need anything else and we'd be happy to get it for you.
We need a
You
wheelbarrow.
know
Help
I'll
us
be
get
the
it
first
out.
one to call.
All right. So we have something called a Joint City and County Coordinating Committee that is run by the City of DeLand. It provides a venue to discuss projects that impact both the county and the city. There are 6 members on that committee, 3 of which come from the county PLDRC and 3 which come from the city. Currently, the only remaining member that we have from PLDRC is Chair Mills. There are 2 open seats, and we would like to see if you would like to nominate 2 more people to sit on that committee.
Anyone interested? And that's with the city of DeLand, correct?
Yes, sir.
I can only tell you from my experience, I think we've had 1 meeting. Everything else is corresponded by email. Now, whether that will be changing or not, they'll send you out where they're supposed to let us know when they're going to try to annex another piece of property into the city is pretty much what it amounts to.
Yes, sir.
So
There seem to be a large number of projects coming through that impact both areas, and we have met on several occasions with the city. And while we coordinate with them on all projects that are next to us, this venue will meet on the bigger projects, and it is up to the city of DeLand to determine that agenda and when you will meet. And I think it is an evolving process. They have a new planning director. They have new leadership moving forward, and
How often do they meet?
they claim that they meet the first Wednesday of every month at 1:15. But as Chair Mills says, they have not been meeting regularly in person as of late.
Yeah,
is anybody any interest
I
in
remember
this?
I did that years ago for this board.
Well, is there any interest? That if not, what we can do, we'll postpone the other 2 until we get a full
Yeah, let's
commission
do
on
that.
board.
Or maybe Al can volunteer for us.
Yeah.
We'll probably have one other. Okay, can we do that? Do you mind doing that?
Absolutely. When we have 7 members, we'll bring it back to you.
Okay, and originally on the first agenda item, we had a future land use workshop.
That's the second item we have, and this leads directly to Ms. Shelley's earlier question. As you know, we've updated 16 elements in our comp plan. The methodology has been to mostly stick to administrative updates, updating old information, getting rid of things that are no longer valid. We bring them through you. That has been our public forum, and then it goes to county council for approval. We're on our last element, which is the future land use element. And we have to deliver that to DE, the Department of Economic Opportunity, in October in order to be, for us to continue on with what we're doing. However, we're coming to you this time to see if you want to continue on with the same process we used before, or if you would like us to do an additional step of holding public workshops. We had considered having a public workshop in each county council district to find out what people are happy about, what they're upset about, and see what direction they want to move going forward. Clearly, we can't finish that effort by October, so our goal is to hold the workshops. If you think that's a good idea, we'll consolidate all of the responses and bring them back to you for you all to make suggestions of changes that we may want to consider for the future land use element that then can go forward to council, and that will wind up being a much longer effort, so the changes would come back to you again next year. So we'd do the administrative update for this October, and we would come back again with future land use next year with potential to do some larger changes.
And this future land use workshop, we could input things like on these corner lots that we see all the time. Instead of doing the whole boundary, the corner boundary of which their actual side yard is. Yeah.
We actually welcome whatever comments you'd like to make. I think now you're focused on the zoning ordinance, and our focus will be on future land use and how we want to grow in the future.
Well, okay.
Which is, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'd like to do both. I'd like to send something to council because we see a lot of things that they don't see. And that never really even gets to them, but we have to wrestle with it. And which are common sense, a lot of. And so I would much rather send a recommendation to them and tell them our experiences so they will know our experiences, that what we deal with. I mean, there are a few of them that comes across my mind, and I'm sure that my other members have suggestions also. I know that the council has set goals that they're trying to meet or supposed to come up with. And it wouldn't be bad for us to go ahead and maybe interject some of our comments into their future plans.
We would actually encourage you to come along to the workshops and be a large part of that. We would want you to be our partners in the workshop.
Okay.
So I heard from one member, is the remainder of the commission of the opinion that we should move forward with workshops in addition to an administrative update? Or do it how
I
we
personally wouldn't over-workshop it to death. But yeah, I mean, it never hurts to get input. I mean, you may set up one workshop and you have 2 people show up, and then you realize there's no point in going, no point in going any further forward with that. But if you get a workshop and you get 150 people show up, well, that's a different ballgame.
So we have an interesting setup in Volusia County. We are a very large area. We had proposed breaking it down by county council district so that we make sure we get in each of the areas. And I just heard your comment, though, of don't over workshop it. What would you propose for number and location?
Well, remember how we did this during COVID, right? Could you not conduct your workshops where people can actually attend from their living rooms?
It would be a little more difficult. Actually, what we plan to do is bring out our future land use maps and some aerials and have people go crazy drawing on our maps and going through several exercises in person and giving us their answers in person.
All right.
I like that idea, and I think, like with what we've had before us today, it would also help in people looking at it, especially with some of the things today, and being able to perhaps come up with more consistency so that future projects, we might be able to fine tune some of those areas that make them inconsistent.
The only reason I would like to see a workshop is because my response from the public, a lot of it is there's a disconnect. They're not being heard. And so that would be the only reason that I would, like to see that happen. Try to address those comments, we're the bad guys, unfortunately. And that for whatever reason, it just doesn't fit very well. And I know, because I know what kind of effort that you guys put into it. I definitely know what kind of debates we have up here. We just had one. And I don't get me wrong, I respect Mr. Costa's point of view. I really do. I hope he doesn't take that personal. But
I don't take anything personal.
Because I consider him not only a colleague here, but a good friend. And
So would your preference be for us to go out to the workshops, or would your preference be to have the workshops in this forum?
Frank and I were thinking about Sorry Charlie.
Yeah, I like that location. Underneath their new pavilion that they're going to build should house quite a few people.
That might get a good turnout as well.
I think it would be a great turnout.
Sure it would.
And the doodling on the maps, there's no telling what you're going to get.
I'm in. Yeah.
I think going out, I think at least it gives the perception and can kind of change people's perceptions in going out to each county council person's district. Just one in each spot, and because then people, it's like, well, they came out, they were interested, and if you don't show up, which I go to a lot of these things anyway, just because I'm curious and want to find out, how people look at things. But I think that would be a great idea. It would cover your bases, and if somebody complained about it, well, we didn't know, or I can't believe you did this, they have an opportunity.
Do you have time to do that? I mean, this is in April. We're in April, and you have to be done by October?
No.
So what we would plan to do is we are moving forward with our administrative updates that we'll review with you, similar to what we have done. We also will go out to the workshops and get those done, and then we'll compile the results of those workshops, and that's what will come back to you when we bring you the administrative update. Then those additional changes would be done at a later date. So we'll transmit the administrative
You have a timeline.
changes.
There's enough timeline there, because you mentioned that.
Getting close.
Okay. All right. Yeah, go.
So at these different districts that you're doing the workshops in, from a sunshine point of view, can you have more than one of the members here? Would it be advertised?
We would advertise them and let everybody know there may be several.
And so then we could be at that district meeting? Or,
Yes, sir.
okay. Okay.
That's all I have.
Anything? Okay. Commission comments.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Costa.
I know it's been a long day, and unfortunately, my surprise has been taken away, so the element of surprise is gone, but I'm going to go through the motions anyways. This is a generic question, but I'm going to use an example of a real item that's occurred. So you brought up Sorry Charlie's. We passed it a while back. I think it was a zoning change, correct? It just got passed by the council on Tuesday. All right. So all that stemmed from the fact that they wanted to put a pavilion up there. And so the property was a non-conforming, yada, 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 had to get the rezone to the BPUD so they could get the permits to build the pavilion. My question is this. Process started back in October 22. That's when they submitted to this, to staff to get the rezone, to get the BPUD. Now, I know it takes time. So October 22, final approval was yesterday, so in April, 7 months roughly. Some of them could be them dragging their feet. Some of them could be staff was overworked because we did have a couple of hurricanes in between that got kind of messed things up a little bit. No problem there. My question is this. Why could he not have submitted his permit and site plans at the same time they submitted for their BPUD with the contingency, just like you do in real estate, the contingency that it's all contingent on the final approval of the BPUD, so that the timelines ran concurrently, so that when he got approved yesterday or Tuesday, he could have turned his permit in, or turned his permit on and gone to construction the next day. And the reason I bring this up is because the time factor of money, and I know what your answer is going to be, and I'm prepared for that too. The time factor of money. Case in point, I got my permit from the county to build my house in March of 2022. COVID hit March 15th. I drug my feet for 60 days. That 60-day drag, while trying to figure out whether we were going to all live, die, or stay the same, cost me $50,000 in price increases that happened in that short time window. Case in point, currently, commercial property that you're building, any kind of commercial structure has gone up 30 to 45% in a 90-day window. So the time that he now has to approve what his costs were back in October are not going to be what his costs are today in April, and much less what his costs are going to be however long it takes for the permit process, whether it's 4 weeks or 6 weeks, or again, it goes back to staff and your backlog. So it could be 2 months before he gets his permit. My question is there an avenue that can be put into play where you can do those concurrently and collect those permit fees up front, knowing that you're not getting them back, and there's no guarantee you will get a permit unless you're approved? And then I'll stop talking.
So the comparison of your home to what's going on at Sorry Charlie's is sort of an apples to oranges comparison. For all commercial subdivisions and site plans, they go through several processes. They can go through those processes concurrently, which means first they come to us for the entitlements, which in this case it was a PUD. They can also put in an application over in land development to do a site plan review, but it is at their risk. The site plan process is all of the engineering. You have to have everything done and approved.
So he could have done that?
He can do that at his risk. And then if it went to county council and they said, yes, but, and changed it, they then would have to go back and change all their engineering.
Understood.
We put that on the applicant to decide how they want to proceed. Same with building permits. They could apply, but it will get locked in the system by our land development manager until that final site plan process is approved. So it can be done. Same with anybody who submits for a variance. They can submit for a building permit, but it will sit there until they get their variance. But then they're quicker on the back end to get it.
But, well, that's what I'm trying to say. So they could have cut some of that time down.
Yes, but they also could have incurred much more in engineering
Understood.
expenses.
Understood. And that's a risk that you take. It's a business risk you're either going to take. I'm going to roll the dice that at least I can move ahead quicker then now I'm now just starting the process. So this could be an issue that his engineer wasn't aware of that.
We work pretty regularly with that engineer, and he has done that.
So he
in
could
the
have
past.
submitted back in October is what you're,
As long as he was authorized to do so by his client.
that's not the answer I was expecting from you. Thank you.
Any other commission comments?
In all fairness, I was prepped earlier by someone else at the county. That question was going to be asked.
Any other commission comments?
I look forward to serving as vice chair, and maybe somebody will give me a list of what I'm supposed to not do, because I'm very good at doing things that I'm not supposed to do.
Well, when I get through reading my Robert's Rules book, I'll give it to you.
Oh, you're still reading it?
Yeah. And by the way, the gentleman sitting to your left, he teaches this class on Robert's Rules.
He's already
He's already told me too. But it's all good. And I've already made my comments for today. I'm not going to say anything else. Press and citizen comments. This meeting is adjourned. I've tried to get him to talk anymore.
You never talk to us, Al. Come on.